the board will go ahead and call the meeting to order. We got a number of board members that are not present. Bob Woodson advised us last night he would perhaps be a little late today. Had a matter he had to take care of this morning. E.M. Grantham called in and said it'd be about lunchtime before he could get here. Mavis Rochelle has got problems. She can't get on at all. Marvin Taylor hasn't sent any word in. I assume that Marvin will eventually get here. And I understand that Laverne Tucker is tied up this morning. He can't be here this morning. So apparently we've got everybody present who can be here at this particular time. We've got a number of matters that we need to take up with the board this morning, in addition to the evaluation of the candidates for political office. And with your permission, I'd like to dispose of a few of those items at the outset. I have been contacted by a Mr. Farr, who is the secretary, I believe, of the IUE District Council that covers Mississippi. He requested an opportunity to meet with the board, and I invited him to be with us this morning, and that we'd afford him an opportunity to meet the board and talk to the board for a few minutes, and then leave, and then we take care of our business. Now, he hasn't showed yet. I don't know why. Apparently, he wants to meet you folks and talk to you a little bit about some of their plans of organizing Packard and things of this kind. So if he does show, the next few minutes, start with you, we'll just interrupt our business, introduce him, let him have a few words to say, and then after he leaves, go on with our business. Is that okay with everybody? Okay? Okay. All right. Let's talk about the 1976 convention for a few minutes. Back when we had the executive committee together and interviewing the candidates, we talked about that matter and told them that it was imperative that we establish the date of the regular 1976 convention in order that we could make the necessary hotel reservations and what have you. And the executive committee kicked the thing around quite a bit and felt that that we should have the convention next year it would convene on March the 14th. That's about the middle of March. The legislature will be in session, and it was our feeling that we ought to have it earlier, like we usually do, have a legislative banquet, invite the legislature and the governor and people like this out for the session. Now, the question here this morning before the board is whether or not the full board now would like to affirm that date. If we've got a problem, if any of you know about it, we have a conflict, we need to know about that. That would be March, that's the week of March the 14th. Monday is the 15th. When naturally, I guess, register as we do on a Sunday afternoon, crank up on a Monday morning. Does anyone know of any reason why we can't have the convention on those dates? All right, can we get a motion confirming the action of the executive committee on this matter?
I so moved.
Brother Underwood moved that
I second.
That we confirm the action of the executive committee on the 1976 convention.
Here in Jackson, Mississippi.
We'll be in Jackson, Mississippi. Restoration beginning on the afternoon of March the 14th, with the convention convening officially on Monday morning, March the 15th. Any discussion on that motion?
Are the hotel accommodations there?
We're going to talk about that a little bit, if you, yes. I assume that the motion was here in Jackson, was it not?
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion posed, so ordered. Motion carried and so ordered. The hotel thing is this, Mary. The new Holiday Inn uptown is slated to open up this summer. I understand that the facilities are much better than this for a convention that big. I understand that the equipment they have in there is of such a nature that meets the approval of CWA. I understand that it's been built by union labor from the ground up. And if at all possible, we'll attempt to make reservations at that new Holiday Inn. Of course, if we run into a problem, we'll have to find someplace else. But this is a nice hotel, but it's really not big enough for a fair like that, especially where we're going to have the legislature in with the banquet and all of that. Don't you agree?
You Holiday Inn on the, what is it?
New Holiday
Lamar
Inn,
Street?
it's on
Lamar.
Lamar and Lamette, in the corner of Lamar and Lamette. I understand it's supposed to open up sometime this summer, isn't it? Sometime this summer. Anyhow, they ought to have the bugs all out of the time we...
Open in September, probably,
September?
that's when it's supposed to open, but it'll probably be around September.
The building trades put that one up without a great difficulty, didn't they, Louis?
100%.
100%. So we will do our best to schedule at the new Holiday Inn on Lamar and the Met. All right, we have passed out for your consideration, inspection. Yes, sir.
No, we're gonna make plans in time to send out to the membership and do it illegal this time and change the constitution.
We're gonna have to have a meeting of the board in the very near future. I would say, we're gonna have depends on what happens here. Will it be necessary to have a meeting of the board if you follow through on the action taken last night? Perhaps in September, and it's my thinking at that time, or along about that time, that the executive board is going to have to, start moving in the area that you're talking about. We've got a number of constitutional changes and what have you that needs to be prepared and gotten out to the affiliates in the proper fashion. So if it's all right with the board, the next time we schedule a board meeting, which will probably be this fall, perhaps September, we'll simply go into that matter also. We need to do that before the year's up, Brother Orman.
Well, all I was reading, I was bringing it up, I
Right.
just didn't want it to slip up on.
Right, well, I've got a note on that, yes, so that's one thing that we'll have to do. Any other questions? Get your standing of affiliates out. I want to take a look at that situation with you in a few minutes. Give you a chance to read the note attached to it. That was being put in the mail today?
I think it went yesterday.
Went yesterday, it was put in the mail yesterday.
Would it be in order to ask who dropped out?
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to, let's see, we had upholsters in Clonertown. Brewers, did we drop the brewers? And,
Several chemical workers
all the
locally.
chemical, yeah, the chemical was.
They've gone delinquent. What it amounts to, they got beyond the 5-month mark and have had to be dropped.
The biggest though was, somebody, I'm not thinking.
The only reason I was asking that
Yeah.
maybe if some of us is in the area or something, we could,
Right.
if we knew we knew which ones it was, well, we might could work on them a little.
All right, I guess what we need to do is, I understand what you're talking about, is perhaps the last standing of affiliates where you could see the ones that were in good standing at that time that have gone delinquent, perhaps something like that.
I tell you, why don't you, just have them to prepare us a list of the ones that's dropped out, and maybe mail it out in the next week or so.
The ones that have dropped out?
Right.
Alright.
I mean, like this local there, the furniture workers in Pontotoc,
Upholstery.
I mean upholstery.
Upholstery,
There's
right.
half a dozen on here that's more than 5 months, Claude.
Yeah, we've got several that's
On the through December of last year.
right, that's on the verge of going out now.
A whole bunch of them, all of them, some of them asterisks, by 'em.
Right. Speaking of
Well,
land,
Knight
what's
wants to
there?
speak to that.
Howard was, reference to the Pontotoc local, so you'll know. I got his, our mail to Jimmy Madden, who's secretary, who I understand is running for the legislature. Came back. Well, I tried to find out, he don't have a telephone, I think there's a phone number.
Yeah, Jimmy's got a phone.
Has he got a phone?
Unless he's
It
had
used
it,
to be his
it's in
mother's.
his wife's name now, it's not in his.
Well, anyway,
He did have a while back now, because I've visited him several times and I
I
worked.
knew that used to is at his mother's house, you know.
Yeah, but
Well,
Yeah.
I couldn't get him, and,
They know
so
what they're doing.
I registered a letter to return receipt requested. And, I wrote him a note and asked him if there was some problem, you know, why he wasn't paying his property tax, or if he'd been replaced and we didn't know about it, or whatnot. Then I called Jack Boucher, you know, I knew Jack worked for their union, although he wasn't a serviceman, and he told me he'd check it. So that doggone letter come back, the registered letter come back. So I called Jack just before I came out here this morning and asked Jack if in fact we had the right address. He said, yeah, that's the right address. And, he said he had talked with him, and Jimmy had promised him to, that he would pay his per capita tax. So I still haven't got anything. Jack told me he'd check in on it, so I thought that you fellas and people ought to know about this conversation, you know. He's running to the legislature, he's gonna want support of Tupelo Central Body, and his own local unions dropped out, you know. So this puts us in a whale of a shape here.
Tom, they've had a
Whatever
change.
you got, it's okay now.
They have a change in, the principal officer, their, president,
Is that right?
yeah.
Well, I think maybe we got that, but Jimmy is still the
Yes,
secretary.
secretary.
I see some of those boys pretty often,
He
I'll
says
find out.
his
We'll try to get the old standard. Most of the local unions that have got delinquent are chemical workers. As you'll notice down there, there's only 2 that are in good standing today. Most of them are chemical workers. You see, we got only 503 and 749.
Yeah,
The group at Greenwood, Baldwin Piano, they're delinquent. You know, and of course, Tom has tried his best to run Hubert Mills down and about the whole situation. Now, they don't hesitate for 1 minute to call on us if they got a problem, you know. This is getting to be a kind of an aggravating situation to deal with. But I think there was one Cartness local, and I can't recall right now which one it was that was dropped that got beyond the 5-month
Well,
period.
there's another one on here.
Huh?
Clarksdale ain't paid since December.
Well, we got a
The one in
slew of
Columbia, wasn't it? Columbia, wasn't it?
Columbia, I
Yeah,
think
New
it
Orleans
is, the
Furniture.
one at New Orleans Furniture. I just wrote Jim Parker a letter about the affiliation problem with the Carpenters.
Is it Carpenters?
Yeah, we got a whole slew of industrial carpenters unions.
They got high rolling too long in
But we'll try to get what you're talking about up to date to let you know which locals have, you know, went past the 5-month mark. Then if you've got
The one that's got an asterisk by it.
the main thing here is that if there's a local in your area that you know, if you know of it, if it don't show on this list, it's not affiliated. It's that simple. It's unfortunate that you know, we're running like hell to stay even. That's what it all adds up to. Of course, James has got a big local. He did have a big local in Okolona. The plant shut down completely. We lost 500 or 600 members in that one lick in
Well, they show us
Okolona.
15 members on this chart. In the
Right.
month of April, we had 15
Right, so
people.
that's where the big lick came in terms of affiliation.
We're trying to get somebody else to buy that plant, and we're still hopeful we will, but some of them people been out of work since February.
Right. But that's the main, I mean, that's the only local that I know of that's virtually went out of business. Now, some of them have dropped off in their number of dues payers because of the recession, I guess, number of people employed.
They had the highest unemployment up there in
Chickasaw County, the highest of any county in the state.
Right, this is correct.
Had a big meeting over there, I was aiming to go, but
I sent some people,
they ended up not picking out anything, so.
sat there and cried on each other's shoulders, that's about all it mattered to.
What it mattered to.
Well, we had a meeting set up. Senator Hardy called me and wanted us up at the meeting at Houston. Was going to talk about that problem, and some of that anti-labor crowd in Houston proceeded to tell Mr. Hardy in no uncertain terms that he didn't want a fellow by the name of Claude Rams at that meeting.
Well, I was planning on going, and
James had some people
I
at
had
the
two
meeting. It
people
worked
there,
out
and they
all right. But that anti-labor crowd in Houston, Mississippi, didn't want us to even come up and sit in on the discussion about what could be done to get somebody in the plant to provide employment. That's how bad they hate us up there.
I had Woody Biggs, my organizing director, and J.V. Duncan, who lives in there, and Woody got up and made him a speech on imports. He burned them.
I understand he done a good job.
that's the reason.
Senator Hardy called me the next day and told me that
Yes.
Damn many of them pull it one way.
Hardy said Woody Biggs did an excellent job.
He got up and made him a speech on
Right.
imports.
Well, there's a long, lanky guy by the name of Tom Knight gonna be there regardless, but I got sick.
He got sick and had to
couldn't
turn
go.
around and come back. That's the
And
way.
I'd have
that's
probably
what
had a
happened.
few words myself, you know?
I had really planned to go too, but I had some other problems I had to handle. I was in Columbus, but I just couldn't get over
I'd
it.
love to see them stop you, Tom.
All right, let's take a look at the committee assignments for the convention Saturday and see if you've got any adjustments, any changes you want to make on those. We, of course, got Jackson as chairman of the
I noticed.
Restorations Committee.
Give me $5 for that,
Main thing here is that we've got an experienced person we think we ought to take advantage of it, you know.
One of these days, I think you ought to let some of these younger fellas learn this job.
Did you hear what I said, Jackson?
What'd you
I
say?
told Claude, you just give me $5 for that.
Yeah, I'll give you $5.
All right, look that group over and see if you got anybody, James, that you'd like to add to that committee. We have enough on there for you, of course, Calvin and Diane.
I'd say 7, and Carolyn, that's 9. That ought to be more than enough to handle it.
Think that'll handle it?
Don't you, Carol?
All right, the Rules Committee, Brother Woodson's not here, as Brother Taylor.
Brother
Come
Taylor.
on in.
That's your name right here.
The Rules Committee, we got Bob Woodson, Chairman, E.M. Grantham, Laverne Tucker, and Louis Turner. Now, we have took the rules from the last convention and have updated them that will suit this situation. We'll have copies of them for the committee, Louis. You might want to make some changes, but if you want to approve them, we've got them run off, you know. But we'll talk to Bob when he gets here, and of course Grantham's not here yet, and neither is Tucker. But if you'll notice, what we've done here is give each member of the board an assignment. Now, one don't show on here, and we're asking Marvin to give the invocation at the convention Saturday morning. That's his assignment. We're just letting you in on it now. He'll give the invocation at the convention Saturday morning. It'll be necessary to have chairman of the different caucuses, so what we've done there is simply to assign 3 vice presidents, one of them to chair each caucus. Russell Kelly, the Southern District, R.L. Tucker, the Central District, and Curtis Orman, the Northern District. Sergeant at Arms, Brother Underwood. Sergeant at Arms is going to have an important task in this one. Yeah, we do. We need one at the office, you said. We got to have one in the office. But we're gonna have to be very careful in this convention to keep political candidates and all that out of this convention. In the press, now, of course, this is something I think the board here needs to decide now, is whether or not we wanna have this a completely executive session or not. And if we do, then that means we don't allow any political candidates in on the convention floor. I'm of the opinion that perhaps we need to have a completely executive session, myself. If we're gonna have quite a bit of discussion, that perhaps we'd be better off for nobody to know about, you know? Anybody got any thoughts on that?
If we don't, well, we're gonna be in trouble.
Right, exclusive press, it'd be an executive session. The press not invited. If we wanna make a statement after the thing's over with, then we'll make it, you know, subject to the approval of the board. We're not gonna do anything
But you
without
can never
board
tell
approval.
what they gonna do if they in there and they hear all the discussion, what they gonna print. If you wait later and give them a tight
Right.
statement, if they twist that, you can go back and see them about it. But if they just pick up something on that floor and print, then there's much way you can handle them on it.
That's right. There's that, Can we get a motion? I think it'd perhaps be better to do it by a motion, that the convention be an executive session, which means that only delegates and invited guests would be allowed to participate. We get a second of that motion?
I'll second it,
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Underwood is chairman of the Sergeant at Arms. If you need anybody else, if you know, after looking this group over, if you know of somebody that you would like to assist you, then we'll be happy to assign them to you. But we've got C.B. Tunney, Charlie Horn, Jim Touchstone, Dan Orr, and SHDs listed as Sergeant at Arms. Now,
Sure do hate to see D's on that sergeant's arms. He's got well, he's a ladies' man, you know, and if he rotates around out there on that convention floor, the rest of us ain't got a chance.
He might hurt Curtis then.
You need word.
Well, we're
I'll be
gonna
gone
have-
somewhere all the time, I won't be
You
there.
realize you
we're
being
gonna have
paid.
an awful lot of material and stuff to get out, Brother Underwood. We'll have quite a bit of stuff to put on the table, so, Friday night or Friday afternoon, we'll show you where all this stuff is. We'll get it in the convention hall, try to get it on the tables early in the morning.
See, we don't have any kids now. We don't have any kids in this field.
Okay, yeah.
Tom, Dees wants to buy that tape. He said he's destroyed.
Which tape?
There.
That one where Curtis just used to be a lady's name.
His wife knows better than that.
Glad they own somebody besides me.
Let's take a look at the agenda now for a minute, see if that meets your approval.
You ain't got one?
I don't have a copy of it.
You got me?
Has everybody got a copy of the agenda? See if you got any ideas on that one.
You got in there, you don't have to talk.
Most of you have seen that film that we got from the Michigan AFL-CIO, which I think is perhaps the best film that I've seen that spells it all out, the role of a state AFL-CIO. A lot of our own members don't fully understand what the organization's all about. We thought while we had them together, it'd be good to show them the film. Dan Powell, the co-PR director, I might have to have a baseball bat ready to work him over. But I don't know how we can avoid having him on the program. It's one of them kind of situations.
As long as he don't speak about 2 hours and get on amnesty or some other controversial subject, you know.
Amen.
Well, I'll be standing by ready to hit him over the head if he gets off track. That's about the only way I know to control that situation. All right, is that agenda about like you think it ought to be?
What time do you think we're gonna break?
You mean to leave?
Yeah.
I don't know, we'll either be here 2 days unless we improve on the situation. I would say if with good luck around 3:30, 3 or 3:30. Really depends on how much debate we have, discussion in the afternoon. I think that with good luck, we ought to be through around 3:30, no later than 4. That's my personal opinion of it. Okay, if the agenda's all right, we're gonna go to another very serious matter. I want you to get your list of local unions that have made a contribution to the Special Legislative and Education Fund. We got problems. And I want you all to take a look at the list. It's not in alphabetical order, it's in order mostly as they come in, is what the way it is. We've got a number of local unions that have not made a contribution. We've got several local unions who haven't made a contribution, who as members of the board include my own. It appears to me that each one of us is going to have to assume a certain amount of responsibility about talking to our own organizations about coming through with some money. Now, I'm scheduled to meet with my own local next week. I've talked to the president of my organization. He says he thinks that if I attend the meeting, I can get some money out of them, and I intend to do that. And I'd like for each member of the board to do the same thing. We have collected just a little better than $5,000 from the local unions in this fund, and this is the money that we've got to spend in this election. I asked Callan to give me a rundown on the money that we've got on hand in both funds. Our general fund has been hard hit of late. We've got just a little better than $16,000 in the general fund, and we got just a little better than $16,000 in the legislative fund. And that's not very much money to spend in an election if we're going to elect friendly legislators. I'm sure we're going to get into this discussion here this morning before the day is over about the political situation as it relates to the statewide offices. But I think perhaps, even though we didn't talk about it last night, before the day is over, we're going to be talking about the importance of electing friendly members to the legislature, re-electing the friends we have, and electing some more friends in addition thereto. And I'm telling you here today that we haven't got very much money in the till to do everything that I know we've got to do. It's that simple, ladies and gentlemen. Has anybody got any thoughts on that one?
Well, let me, you know the reason machinists donated $6. Apparently Mr. Earl Melton was still in his room that morning when we had the little set at our last meeting. Poor Steve Williams is coming in here tomorrow, or this afternoon, and when Steve leaves, we're going to tell him what we're going to do. And if I can get back in time for the 7 o'clock meeting in Pascagoula, which we're just about going to have to get back because everything's going to be locked up in the recording secretary's car to take some votes on some bylaws. So we're going to have to leave somewhere shortly after 3 o'clock.
Saturday?
Yeah. So I don't know how much money we can probably get. 500 out of local in Pascagoula and 100 or so out of the district. A little local over in Gulfport, I had them to make the motion and just hold the check to Steve, and I had a little secretary.
Yeah.
But after we have a meeting, I
Well, I hope that you can talk to him about this, because frankly, I'm gonna have to have a little discussion with Steve myself, if that's where the problem is. Let me tell you what we've got in relations to
Well,
your situation. We've got a candidate out of the Clarksdale local by the name of Joel Williams, running against Kenneth Williams, a member of the Old Guard. Joe Williams has got a pretty good shot at defeating Kenneth Williams if we can get the organization together. Has he made contact with you yet? I told him.
he called me last week.
But it's going to take some money in that situation, you know, for Joe Williams to defeat Kenneth Williams. The guy's a member of the Machinists Local Union, you know. If Steve Williams can't do anything else, if he's opposing the local unions making contributions to this legislative fund, then he's not going to leave me any choice but to go to the damn International Union
hey, that's
and
where-
tell them in no uncertain terms that they're going to have to finance Joe Williams' campaign.
Yeah, well,
Right?
this is where the problem is coming down, it's from Red Smith, and I think probably, I don't know if the local people got it back in the CWA folks, but, you know, between some of the international unions, it's got a pretty good political arm set up, CWA and Machine
Right.
and this group. They're at odds with National Cope, and they're withholding all donations. And they're trying to put some political pressure to get George Meany off this bunch of Republicans, that's all it amounts to, 'cause
But they're working on the
he's
wrong
lying.
people. They need to work on these internationals, not
Yeah.
these state organizations. You know, our situation is very simple. We run this organization on our ability to beg money. And if the internationals that's been helping us out in these situations start tightening up like this, you know, well then we're going to be in real bad shape. Now, let's talk about 2 or 3 situations while we're on this subject. We're going to have several union members running for the legislature. We're going to name a few names. Wayman Goodman, who was chairman of the Columbus Central Labor Council, resigned here a while back, and he's running for the House of Representatives. I must say that IUE, looking this list over, has perhaps come through better than most any internationals. They've got about 6 locals in the state, and 4 of those locals have made a contribution, including Wayman Goodman's local union. So we can't, I don't think, castigate IUE too much. But we got another situation here in Jackson where Jones Fitzhugh, who is the, don't know exactly what his title, Woodson and he are the 2 business agents of their local ID and MPI. He just announced this past week as a candidate for the legislature from Hinds County. Fitzhugh's local hasn't yet made a contribution to the organization, and I don't think we've got any money from any of the partners' local unions up to this point. Marvin, looking this list over. So that creates a bad situation. Tom got a call just last week from a gentleman down in Brookhaven who used to be president of the CWA local, advising us that he's going to be running for the legislature. The Brookhaven local has dropped out and is not affiliated with the state organization.
Now, did he call you from Brookhaven?
Who was it? Huh?
Oh, Dorothy Mack, you.
We're not talking about Smith from Macomb. That's another situation. We're not going to belabor that one. You know. Now, in addition, you know, and then we've got the upholster. I should mention this. The guy, what's his name? Matkin from Pontotoc, a member of the Upholsterers Union, who is a candidate for the state legislature, and his local union just dropped out and went to link with a state organization. You know. Now, how do we deal with these situations?
Well, that was not too hard to deal with. I got one where we got a school teacher running against the representative, been a friend of ours for 20 years, so what the hell
got problems, there ain't no question. But I'm just mentioning a few we got, where we've got candidates for the legislature that I know are gonna be looking to this organization for money. Their own local union hasn't, at this point, made a contribution to the fund, you know, number one. And in several instances, the locals are delinquent and have dropped out. And when they come to us for money, we're gonna have to tell them the facts of life in this situation. Now, what we did 4 years ago was something like this, where we had a candidate for the legislature out of a local union, and he got the endorsement of the central body, and that's the first criteria. The candidate first has to have the endorsement of the central body before we lift one finger, right? That's the rule.
That's the rule.
When he got that endorsement, then if his local made a contribution, we added a couple of $300 on to what his local sent us and mailed it back to the candidate. And I think that's what we have to do in these situations. If Fitzhugh, for instance, a candidate for the legislature, you know, we're gonna have to talk to Bob Woodson, I guess, about this. The local should make a contribution and let us add on to that contribution and mail a check back to him to help finance his campaign. Does anybody have any better thoughts on this? We got trouble. Huh? Yeah.
Looking over this agenda again,
Right.
just wanted to suggest maybe that someone like you or Tom Knight, some of these people have, they'll be down here, of course, were at the convention and know the score, but some of them will probably be down, it wasn't at the convention and so forth, and most of them will be the Coke committeemen and so forth. Maybe we ought to make another plea. It couldn't hurt anything to get these people to go back after we, during the convention. Is anything been planned to make another plea to them?
I thought that I would confine most of my remarks in this area.
Well, okay, I just wanted to.
Yeah. But
Because
it's a serious problem.
I found that some of the locals that reason they hadn't contributed. Most of the locals reason they hadn't contributed much is don't have much money. But they need someone, like you said, you're local and everybody else. They need someone to really explain it. And if they don't have anyone to explain it, the members will just vote them down. So. If they had someone that really knows how to explain it, well, most of the time you can get some money. You may not get all that much, but
well, like I say, I have talked to the president of my own local. I'll be meeting with them. I think it's the 17th or 16th, long in that, it's week after next. I'm going to also meet with the Carpenters local union in Pascagoula with their board the night before that. They've got problems trying to pull out on us. I think after I've met with them and we can make an arrangement to waive for capital for a couple of months because of the strike and all the problems, that perhaps we can keep them. You know, but anyhow, I think I'm going to assume the responsibility to go to my own union meeting, and I think I'll get a contribution out of them. I don't know if I can get the full dollar, but I'll get whatever I can. You know, after all, I'm still paying dues. If they'll just refund to me the dues money that I've been paying them, will come out pretty good, you know. But anyhow, I think all of us on the board have to do the same thing. Now, Tom went to his local, like I suspect some of you already did, that's come through. And
Yeah, me and
Jim's
Tom
local,
both
they're
come
local
down.
in Hattiesburg. He went down and met with them, and they come through. So
They
I
made
think
the
that if
biggest
all of us do
contribution
the
you've got
same
so
thing,
far,
they will
man.
come through. Tucker, your local, was one of the first to come in, you know.
Did I say?
Yes, right.
I went to Nation what Curtis said. This is true, Curtis. Unfortunately, it's humanly impossible to do this, but I had an invitation to the Steelworkers local union meeting in Kosciuszko about a month ago, and so I hit this thing pretty hard. When I got through and sat down, they had a motion on the floor to give us $1.25 a member. I looked at the president, I says, Mr. Chairman, could I have another 15 minutes on the floor?
Yeah. Yeah.
More money.
More money, yeah.
I think this is really what it takes, is someone to get
Right.
up, you know, and talk, I know my local wasn't doing anything at all, and, they come through, but there wasn't enough, I needed another 15 minutes too.
Well, they give 500, that's a size.
That's not bad, that's not bad.
Claude, I think on this, my local hadn't contributed yet, and I brought it up twice. I'm gonna take another shot at it, next week. But when you get these locals, when you're, having layoffs of 100 to 250 people
I know
a
it's
month,
tough, right.
I think we need to stress this thing pretty hard some way, that the hell you take any amount of money you can get.
Right,
Right,
absolutely.
right.
Whatever they can come through, if it ain't the full dollar, if it's 50 cents, get it. Absolutely.
Claude, I don't know if there's any more among the poor old rag workers that we can get up. So far, I've told
Well,
you.
you got
we-
several on there.
We've
You've
come
got
up with
several.
$1,175 so far.
Right, you've got
And
several
our
that's come
problem
through.
is that our people's wages, of course, are lower than most other union members, and that's because of the industry we're in, and we've had people that's not working full. We got people working 2 and 3 days a week, and you just, they when they're off and miss, they got half laid off, we don't get any dues from them, and some of our locals just flat busted. And then, of course, this month, first day of June this year, we had to pay 50 cents more to our international union than the per capita was passed at our last convention. So this is what's knocked all our money out this year. We try to raise our dues too on top of all this, but only to cover the national thing. So I'm not sure we'll be able to rake up anymore. I'll make the attempt, but we're in pretty tough
Well, we
shape.
got problems, there's no question. The economic situation is real bad in some industries especially, and in certain areas of the state. And Joe, I guess, looking at it overall at northeast Mississippi, certain areas of northeast Mississippi is hurting worse right now than any place.
So I'd just like to make one comment. Nationwide, unemployment in the apparel industry is 19.7%, which is about double the national average of unemployment. So we've really been hit.
What I make it work out, you know, our people, you know, got a little squabble, but as you can remember those Congress races back 2 years ago.
Right.
They donated, I think, some $10,000 for
Right.
the 3 races we had going.
Right.
What
They
I
come-
got in plan after meeting with Steve, we might not make it directly to the state. We've been out selling changes and getting donations, and we've raised a good bit of money for the National Machines Nonpartisan Political League. And we're probably gonna just request that they send X amount of this money back into the state, and we might make another donation of the size of what we plan on making the youth league, to wind up getting more money back to you this way.
Well,
I
it
think
certainly
I
helps,
can do that.
certainly helps. Of course, in view of the fact that the machinists, they have a member running for the legislature, ought to be more incentive for them to do a little extra. I know that Wayman's International IUE, I think the district council has made a contribution to his campaign of some kind. I don't know exactly what it is.
Just make one other comment, Claude, and I don't wanna be, you know, telling a sad story, but nationally, we've always been strong in men's clothing, which is suits.
Yeah.
And we had 100,000 members in the men's suit industry last November. As of yesterday, we had 70,000. We've lost 30,000 members in that one industry alone. I mean, forever. That's not just laid off, where the companies is gone and won't be back.
I noticed in the
So,
morning paper.
to try to
that
get
the-
some money out of my international union at this point is,
The clothing industry has really been hard hit. Did you see the story in the morning paper where Kelwood shut down the Summit plant? That's a ladies' wear plant. But the clothing industry itself is really being hit hard all over the country. Foreign imports, recession, a combination of all of it.
Claude, I'd like to kick something out there for the members of the board to think about. And I think we need to fight it some way. Was the word got out after the last election that we had a governor that we could work with. We had the majority of the House and Senate in our house favor. We could get something out of them. But yet, they hadn't done anything. Now, that come to me from some labor leaders in the state in the last few weeks. Ain't been anything done, so why pay another dollar to help the cause when it's not doing any good? Now, somebody may think of a good idea to fight that with, and I think the membership needs to be told that.
Right.
I'll try to deal with that, Saturday morning in my remarks. We've got,
I don't know where anybody else here has heard anything like that or not.
I hadn't heard this, but I'm glad to get, this bit of information. This word is going around. Of course, we did make some progress in the, beginning of the administration. We did get some improvements in both workman's compensation and unemployment insurance, you know, in the first couple of years. The main thing that I think we can say in the last couple of sessions was that we was able to stop passage of some real bad legislation. Now, like it or not, quite often we just flat have to mark progress by the lack of damage done. And I'm telling you, if you've had an opportunity to read that little memo and the sections of the bill that I reproduced, if you've had a chance to study it carefully, if you studied it real carefully and in your own mind think what this would have done, that one bill would have virtually put us out of commission as far as politics is concerned. That's the opposition's handiwork. And all the work that we put in and the money that we spent, it was worth every nickel of it just to be able to kill that one bill, in my opinion, you know? How many of you have read that thing yet? Have you studied it carefully? You saw what I was talking about, didn't you? I'm telling you, we'd have been out of commission. The labor movement would have been.
I think our problem, Clause, the rank and file members don't keep up with them bills, don't understand how they affect. And even to us, stopping bad legislation is progress. To them, they want to see something that they, you know, get their hand on.
Well, I think, too, you're gonna have some of this always, because I don't care what person, or what job they have or anything else, they can do a job for 10 years and then make one boo-boo, and what do people remember? They remember that one boo-boo, they don't remember all the good things that they got. Now, I know, labor leaders know what I'm talking about.
Right.
They don't,
Right.
you can negotiate contracts for 10 years and get good contracts, and if you don't get a good one the next year, well, you're no good regardless of what it is. And this is the same way with the laws. We have, I know I've heard people. That's right. On this workman's comp deal, see, they still hot about that, although it was improved some. I think everybody admit it's not enough, but at least.
I would agree with that 100%. I'm involved in that situation.
That's exactly right.
Close.
We've got to do something else, but I just wanted to bring out that you're gonna have some people that gonna look at what you didn't do instead of looking at what you did.
Well, I understand.
The point,
We have 5 locals affiliated with the state, only one that made a contribution to the farm. And we're having our international convention this month in Las Vegas. So I'm gonna do all I can to try to get the other folk to make a contribution before they gamble all their money.
That's the thing. Right. Let's get Joe, he had his hand
the
up.
point that Strawford brought up was, this thing was discussed at one of our central body meetings in Tupelo.
Yeah.
And I don't believe there's anybody from the Tupelo central body contributed yet.
From the Tupelo area.
Right. So, this is definitely a problem. How you gonna get across, you know, that's something else. Just, you know, I've been in the business long enough to know what you're talking about.
Right.
It ain't what you did yesterday,
Right.
it's what you did, last night, you know.
Right.
Another
And
thing.
this is a problem.
While we're talking about this, many of you, I found, this is what I had to do on my, local is, if I would've stuck, I was trying for at least that $1 per member, and I wanted to get it bad. But I got, you know, you get to know your own local, and you can look over there and look at these faces and know they're gonna be against it and everything. So I I had ready to last to pull down and say, if you can't send $1, at least send what you can.
Right.
And then if you push all the way for, all I'm saying is if you can't, you better let them know that they don't have to send $1. If you can't get it, well, they send what they can.
Get more
Right.
contributions that way.
That's right.
Main thing I think is, we get somebody in the meeting, if the board members, I intend to go to mine again and talk about the citizens of the thing. And I think we can get some more money out of it. We've done everything at the office up there we can. We've wrote them, reproduced the resolution a couple of times. We've sent out additional appeals on it. We've done all that I know to do. And I think perhaps from this point on, we'll have to do what we're talking about, and let's go into the local unions and make another pitch.
I tell you, the
Well,
best thing in the world
you get a
to,
check
is
from
to
our
educate your
local.
people about 3 years before you start trying to get the money.
That's
Used to
right.
be,
Right.
if you made a motion on the floor to make a donation to our national political arm of the machinists, you get thrown off the floor. So we started a campaign spending about 5 minutes every union meeting explaining the importance of being involved in politics and what it can do to help you in certain situations. And now you get up and make a motion to send $200, and somebody jumps up and amendment, so let's send 3 or 4. So this is what you gotta do, you gotta educate them and then start getting the money from them.
I'll agree with that. Maybe, he hit on a point that I find that is real true, in that if the COPE committees, most locals have a COPE committee, and if these COPE committees would just make a little short report and read this material that the state sends out to them and everything, and make a little report on it at each meeting, then when it comes time for something like this, you don't have much trouble. But where you've got a committee that don't never report and don't never do anything right up to the election comes up, then you have a hard time. Yeah.
In the field, Joe talked about, that report, every letter and everything comes in there, and the president reads the whole thing.
Starts off with a heading.
You don't leave nothing down, huh?
Commas, periods.
I grant you half of them to sleep
I'm
through.
talking about, wasn't necessarily talking about those
Yeah, we're
central.
talking about the local
I'm
unions.
talking about in the local unions. You'd be surprised, I've sat in some local unions that, I don't belong to, I just happen to be invited as a guest, and you'd be surprised that the people, it would improve their meetings at the same time, it help us too. In other words, they just don't, know what's going on, and when you make a speech on it, you see people, just surprised that this, when they raised workman's compensation and unemployment, it was people in meetings that didn't know anything about it. I don't know, they don't read the mail, or they don't read the papers or something, but, it was quite a few people that didn't know this, and, if they were to give these reports along, it would help. In other words, they'd have a better idea of what we was accomplished.
Let me ask you something, before we leave this subject, and we're gonna have to leave it. That, report, that little newsletter we try to get it out once a month. We try to report matters that are of interest here in the state. It's not, we figure that you get the international publications on the national situations, and what we deal with here is things that we think are of concern and interest to the people here in the state. Now, several of the international union reps have told me that this is the most informative bulletin that they get because of the nature of it. What do you think about that? Are we on target with that? Are we doing any good with that or not?
Let me ask you a question. Do you send, who all do you send this to?
That report goes to, how many, 750? The international reps get it, the service locals in the state, all of the affiliates get it, local union, the officers of the locals. All of the executive board, of course, gets it.
Central
Everybody
body.
that receives regular mail from the office gets it.
Central bodies get it.
Central
Medical
bodies
central
get it.
Do the recording secretaries of the local union get it?
Whichever secretary is on our list.
We
right?
have 2 officers on our mailing list, as a rule. Sometimes there'll be more than 2, but as a rule, there's 2. The president and the secretary, whoever is responsible for paying the per capita is really what it adds up to.
Well,
Let me,
you know, in the machinist organization, the reason that's probably not getting read is the recording secretary, not the financial secretary, his job is to read all communication to the local. So I need to take.
We can't separate them that way.
this is a
President
pro-
should give it to the
Well, they
recording
could hand it to
secretary.
him to read.
What,
and
what
he
I
could
need
do
to
it.
do is, yeah, but you know,
Give his copy.
I need to take and change the name on the mailing address. from
Well,
the
if you
financial
got,
secretary to the
somebody
recording
that you
secretary.
think ought to get the thing, let us know. We've done that on several situations where,
I think, in quite a few locals I know of, and in my own local, the secretary or the president, they'll have so much to handle that they'll lay it aside and let it be last or forget about it. If the Coke committee, chairman of the Coke committee got that thing, he'd make a report on it, but he don't get it, and somehow or other, unless I go to him and give him my copy, he
You
don't
don't
know
see
anything
it?
about it.
well,
That's right, legislative
Maybe
committee,
the
Coke
locals
committee, or
all
whatever
provide
it
us
is.
with the name of the Coke committee.
all right,
That's what I was
right,
gonna say,
all
but
right,
They
so
can
let's,
send in their Coke legislative.
let's put that this way. If you've got an officer of a local that you know about, an officer of that local that ought to receive that report, write us a letter and give us his name and address, and we'll add him to the list. Now, the question is, are we doing any good, or is this the approach you think that will do some good? Is it too long? Is it too short? Just what have we got here? Now, it takes a lot of time. I usually write that thing up on a Sunday to have it ready for a Monday morning. And believe it or not, it takes quite a bit of time putting that thing together, you know?
I think it's, Claude, that it's doing a real good job. All we need to do is get it to the members. I think, I know I enjoy reading every word of it. I think it's something that we've got to do. And maybe one more suggestion, maybe on this, report, if you put on there, maybe you mail it to the president or the secretary and treasurer, whoever you got on the list, and put a little note on there if, see that the Coke committee, or see that the appropriate, committee gets a copy of this.
And reads it.
That's right.
Makes a report.
Makes a report at the regular meeting.
That's what I think.
That's what we got to get. We got to get this report made at the regular
The
meeting.
content of it's okay, you like the approach, it's a matter of getting it in the hands of more people,
That's
right?
exactly right.
All right, then let me leave one other thing with you, and then I'm gonna recognize Marvin. We can only report what we know. There's quite a few things happen that nobody ever lets us know about, you know. So anytime anything comes up that you think is newsworthy, that ought to be mailed out to the locals, drop us a note or call us on the telephone. Just like James and I was talking last night about a couple of situations involving ACWA. He's going to drop me a note, and the next report we'll have it in there. Same thing applies to all of you. Okay, Marvin?
I've listened pretty well around the table here, and I'll have about the same tune as far as pole mouthing is concerned. As you know, the building trades are highly unemployed, particularly in our area. Be our intention, however, to try again to see if we can't get some contribution for this campaign. It occurred to me that along with the problems and with the different ideas that's been brought out about collecting the money, I think it might be helpful to this group. It would, I think I understand it all right, and maybe they do, but it might be good to dwell, before we leave this subject, under what conditions the money will be spent, how it will be determined, and not so much trouble if our members are running, if they ask for it. It may be that some of them won't, but there might be other people that will need assistance. Now,
Right.
how will that be determined on who will need the money and how much? If that would be, I believe that'd be some help
Right.
to this group.
Well, of course, the people that will have to make that decision would be Tom and myself, and you don't have time to have executive committee meetings and appropriate certain amount and all that. You know what I'm talking about. We don't have enough money to make any large contributions. So I think the highest contribution we've made up to this point for any political campaign has been $500 out of our kitty. If a local sent us 500, we would add a couple of hundred on to it, making it 700. That's the way we'll handle it. We'll just do the best we can with a limited amount of money. Now, we've got several friends in the legislature that's already contacted me. That's going to need help. They're going to need, financial help and manpower and the whole bit. Now, let me read you a note I got in the mail this morning from my guy up in your neck of the woods. It says, "Dear Claude, it appears that I'm going to have opposition this summer, and I want you to know that I will appreciate any help that you can provide. Looking forward to working with you in Jackson. I remain, Joe Maxey, State Senator."
In connection with that, that fits in so well, if you let me
Right.
say a word. A good friend of ours who has served in the legislature some years ago called me on the telephone, and we engaged me in a long conversation on the possibility of getting support to run against Joe Maxey.
Oh.
That's Charles Granville Hamilton. I had to explain to him.
Now, all of you have to know something about Mr. Hamilton to know why I'm laughing.
I had to explain to him the system by which
Yeah.
we would make that
Right.
endorsement and so on, and that I
Right.
rather thought that any amount of money this time around would be of a small amount, small nature.
Well, to begin with, let's talk about this, how we do this for a minute. Number one, the candidate for the legislature has to have the endorsement of the Central Labor Council. That's the first criteria, whether he's a member of a union, an incumbent member, or what have you. We've got that rule. We intend to live by it. We've had them running in and out of the office for months. Proposed candidates for the legislature. We are referring them to the appropriate officer of the Labor Council. I've been contacted by several people in your district, Cecil. I've given them all your name and telephone number. I've advised them they have to get the endorsement of the North Delta Labor Council before the state can do anything at all. That's the first criteria. Same thing applies in this situation. Before we can do anything for Maxey, who is a good incumbent senator, he must be approved and endorsed by, I assume, the Columbus Labor Council. He's got 3 counties, 4. He's got Itawamba, Monroe, Prentiss, and Tishomingo counties. I guess we got about 3 central bodies covering that district.
Yeah, 3 of them.
The thinking of the group here a while back was that the central body where the incumbent lived was the central body that should be responsible for the endorsement. He's in Monroe County. He lives in Monroe. Who's got Monroe? Columbus?
Columbus.
All right, Columbus would be the appropriate central body in this situation.
What would happen in that situation then? Didn't you say Tishomingo County too?
You got Itawamba, Monroe, Prentiss,
What
and
would happen
Tishomingo.
if he had an opponent that lived in Tishomingo County and Carnesville, you would support him?
Well, this is a problem. We had a well, let me tell you, Tom, while I go to the restroom, tell them about it. Report on the meeting. We had a meeting here a while back of the principal officers of the Central Labor Council. We spent all day with the presidents and/or the representative of the presidents from all the central bodies. And we had a third discussion about all of this. And the central bodies themselves were the one that came up with this suggestion. Those of you that have been active in central bodies, and especially served as president of central bodies, I think can fully understand the magnitude of the task that these central bodies have got. And certainly you understand the importance of these organizations to what we're trying to do. The central body is the organization that's going to have to sit down and screen the candidates, interview the candidates, and final analysis make the recommendations, and then go to work and try to elect the candidate, you know. So knowing all of this, we felt we ought to do at least one thing, and that was to have a meeting, and, you know, buy their lunch, and if necessary, pay the expenses of some of them to come to Jackson and spend all day with them and go through the roster of the legislature, identify the good guys from the bad guys, provide them with the questionnaires and everything. Okay? So we spent all day on that. And Cecil was there. Let's see who else we got on the board was there at that meeting. I guess, Cecil, you're the only president of Central Body was there. Tom, would you mind getting into that? I think this is important because of what Marvin said. I think it's important for everybody to understand what the procedure is here. That the Central Body first is responsible for interviewing the candidate. The candidate has to have the endorsement of the Labor Council before we can help. There's nobody going to get any money out of our treasurer unless he's been approved and endorsed by the Central Body.
Let me, you know, we're not talking about the endorsement from the central body, but where we got a problem not getting to a good many of our folks, I have on the coast members out of one local union that live in 4 different central body districts. Some of my members live in the Harrison County, some in Jackson, Georgia, and Greene, some live in the Forest County because they live in the Perry County and Wayne County area, Lamar County, Stone County comes out of the Harrison County. Then I got 200 or so lives over in Mobile County, Alabama, that votes over there. So this is, and we're paying all the per capita taxes going to the Jackson County CLU. Half, you know, we got to come up with some way of dividing these folks out. The ones that's over in Alabama should be affiliated with the Alabama, Mobile County Labor
Yeah,
Council.
there's problems all over Russell County.
So we need to give those names, address, and money into that county. The ones in Harrison County should go over there, and the ones in Forest County should go to Forest, and only keep the people that vote in the 3 counties that comes out of the Jackson County group. We're defeating our own selves.
This is a problem all over, really. Back to let me speak to Marvin, the situation that you raised on the meeting here on May the 10th. The agreement, and Cecil, if I'm wrong, you correct me. The agreement that the central body officers had simply was this, where you've got overlapping jurisdiction in senatorial and the House of Representatives contest, is that the Labor Council that has jurisdiction over the county where the incumbent lives, they will interview that person. They'll make a decision, and the other labor councils will support that decision. Now, they agreed among themselves to do this. This is about the only way you can do it, because if you've got, in a situation like this where you've got a district that's got 3 central body jurisdictions involved in it, somebody's got to assume and they agreed with everybody present that this is what they would do. Now there's 1 or 2 other things that Claude didn't mention in response to your question. Of course, number 1, an incumbent or anybody else that don't accept the invitation to meet with a central body or don't fill out a questionnaire is not considered. That's ground rule number 1. Claude pointed out they got to have the endorsement of the central body. Some other things that we have to consider in making a contribution is the area where they come from, how big a territory, how big their job is, how much money their opposition's got as best we can tell, what kind of opposition, how many opponents, and a number of other things, you know. And we have to determine in trying to figure out whether we can give them $100. Also, their record of performance over here, if it's an incumbent, whether we can give them 100 or 2 or 3 or 400 or $500. So there's a number of things in this thing. And while we're on this subject, I would like to ask the board to please, where you can, assist the local labor council. Now, this is not meant to be critical of anybody. And Cecil's sitting right here, and he knows what I'm talking about. We've got 2 central body presidents in Mississippi, now get this, that has had experience in interviewing candidates. And Cecil, I mean, as I say, I'm just pointing out fact. Cecil is president of the central body, is capable. He has never had this responsibility before, right, Cecil? Right. He's got 12 counties. The others, we've only got 2 that's had this experience before. And this is a tremendous responsibility. And to add insult to injury, we got the whole doggone thing, you might say. Really, it boils down to the whole state, not just Harrison, Jackson, and Hinds County. The whole doggone thing's hanging before the Supreme Court this morning. We don't know whether the deadline is going to be tomorrow afternoon at 5, what we're operating under now, whether the primary, I'm talking about legislative election, is going to be August the 5th. It may be not before September the 5th. We don't know. It might be a God's blessing if the deadline to qualify and the election for legislators is delayed. You know what I mean? With the workload that the local labor councils have got. Now, we have been promised the assistance, the aid of the AFL-CIO staff, Dan Ory and Jim Touchstone. We've got Brother Dees' assistance most of the time. We can move him around first one place and the other. But listen, after we spin our wheels over governor, lieutenant governor, the other statewide offices, whatever we do, when the dust settles, the important reason that we are here this morning and going to be here tomorrow and Saturday is simply this, is whether or not we can put our folks together to the extent that they will put out whatever it takes in manpower and woman power and green power and all the other power that we've got to back up the endorsements of these local central bodies and return our friends to the legislature and a few extras in addition to them we got. Now that is really the meat in this coconut. You know, we could get one of us, his twin brother, as governor over there, and that is really just don't really, you know, determine whether or not the mayor runs and gets to the finish line. It's the legislature itself. Now, we've made some progress on the speaker. The lieutenant governor is really important in that he or she appoints committees in the Senate and committee chairman. But after all is said and done, what we've been talking about here the last 30 minutes is really the core in the coconut, the legislative races, and that's out there with the Central Labor Council. And I'm telling you this morning, they gotta have our help in every way they can get it, every minute of the day and night until the last candidate has been interviewed and the last doggone endorsement's been made. We got 175 darn races out here, and when we're talking about that, we're talking about our bread and butter, a life or death to the labor movement in this state, as I see it. That's it, right there in a nutshell.
Okay, Tom, you said the CLU that was going to interview the candidate would be the one that had the jurisdiction over the
Where he
counties,
lives.
where he lives.
It was
They
pretty
really
well
agree.
agreed.
Among and the others then will support, you know.
We're gonna have a
that
meeting.
endorsement.
We're gonna have a meeting, Russell, of the central body officers after the state COPE committee thing tomorrow afternoon. Kind of a follow-up thing, follow-through thing on the meeting we had. At which time, any of you are invited to sit in. Be happy to have you, as a matter of fact.
There's one other thing.
But we're gonna get into some of these, and we need to, I think, have an understanding on these kinds of situations, like Maxie, where we got 3 central bodies well, jurisdiction over one of his counties. Yeah.
Let me make, maybe y'all thought of it, I just, didn't want any, friction between the central bodies. Maybe on the night that you interview, say, take Maxie, say Columbus Central Labor Council's gonna interview him and everything, they send a, invitation to the Tupelo and, North Delta or whatever these other counties is, if one of their delegates could come over and sit in on it while they was interviewing him. And then be sure that you get the message back to the other
Right.
central bodies immediately what happened. I think this would keep the friction down. In other words, we don't need any friction between the central bodies.
Well, we're gonna try to get all that worked out tomorrow afternoon, just what you're talking about.
Don't you think before the next election, we should sit down and redistrict all of the CLUs in accordance, well, the way the representatives and senators and
That's a
districts?
problem.
Well, you see, Russell, then time we got that done, then they'll reapportion the
That's right.
legislature
What
again.
Tom has just said,
bang.
that the representative in one of the, counties, like Perry County, the present guy Jones, is he any good?
No.
No.
Now, he lives in Perry County, and this young guy that's taking him on lives in Greene County. Now, Perry County comes under Forest County CLU, Greene County comes under Jackson County.
That's
So
the kind of
you-
situation we need to get our folks together on.
You've got
Yeah.
still.
That's a good example.
You got still a further complication that we need to consider here, and this will further stress the difficulty that the central bodies are having, and we give them the law verbatim out of the books in the Attorney General's office. Under the legislative apportionment in some multi-county districts, you've got, I'll just use a hypothetical situation, you say you got a 3-county district, and you got 2 seats there, post 1 and 2. Post 1 the candidate that, the party that fills post 1 must come from X county. See? Y and Z, X, Y, and Z counties vote on this party. The guy that fills post 2 can either come from Y or Z counties. You see what I mean? We've got about a half a dozen situations in Mississippi like this. So this is another problem that these central bodies have got to worry with. And what you said, Russell, I don't believe we'd ever in God's world align the central body districts where they would coincide with the central body. We've talked about this. But I tell you, as I told Claude this morning, I think from now on, and I hate to say this, I'm being pessimistic now, but I think from now on that we're going to have somebody that's going to be in court every damn time we have an election trying to change the districts, the constituency to accommodate somebody. And I think if we're just beginning to see the first of it, and there's no telling it may even get worse as we go on. But
Well, what he's talking about, I think all of you are aware of the fact that the apportionment plan adopted by the last session of the legislature, which was approved by the 3-judge federal panel here, was appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court heard the argument Tuesday. They haven't yet rendered a decision on this matter. There's a strong possibility that the election of the legislature might be delayed and postponed. We just don't know where we are yet. There is a strong possibility that the court might reapportion the legislature on a single member district basis before they get through. If that happens, and what you're talking about will all change, then the jurisdiction of the central bodies will change with it, you see. Well, we're in a heck of a fix right now in terms of the election of the legislature. Nobody but nobody, that includes potential candidates, really know what to do in terms of qualifying right now. Now, the Secretary of State and other people have recommended that they go ahead and qualify in the primary as it's presently constituted. But if the court throws out the reapportionment measure, the election will probably be delayed until single-member districts are drawn. And then we got a completely different kind of a situation to deal with. I'm sure all of you are aware of that, but we have got problems, we got a problem.
I advised Fitzhugh yesterday morning, he asked me what I thought about him going ahead and having his card printed. You know, he's running for, post number 3 in Hines County. I said, if I were you, I wouldn't spend a penny, because when they get through with you, may be running for post 13, you know, that don't even exist now. You know?
That's kind of a situation we're having to deal with. It's a real snafu situation, no question about it. Maybe before tomorrow, maybe before Saturday, that is, maybe we will know. I hope the court goes ahead and act. Well, a lot of people need to know where we are. We can't make plans ourselves on anything until we know who's going to be running for what. I'd like to leave that subject. We got another matter that I'd like at least to have a little discussion on as a matter of information for the board more than anything else. You've been reading the reports. You're aware of the fact that we've had a series of meetings. We started out with a meeting in Meridian, frankly, of Brother Tucker, Brother Taylor, Alan Bruton, the president of the Building Trades Council, and Al Kara. We set this up some time back to talk about the Tombigbee Waterway project primarily. We're all concerned in this area of making sure the waterway itself is constructed under union contract. We had this meeting in Meridian and had scheduled it. In the meantime, 5 of the international unions themselves had got together and had developed a pact, and had signed a pact of sorts that would assure a labor contract with those particular unions. Brother Tucker and Brother Turner, Brother Taylor were in on some of the meetings. Marvin, I think, was perhaps in on all of them. We had the one meeting in Meridian. Then we set up another meeting of all the building tradesmen, at which time all of them sent international reps into the thing. It invited Senator Bill Bergen as a speaker because of his role in the 16th section land thing in the Columbus area for Weyerhaeuser. We are concerned over the fact that there's a lot of talk around at the Weyerhaeuser Paper Company is thinking in terms of building that plant with an open shop contractor. We wanted to do what we could to head that one off. Then we wanted to do what we could in terms of setting up a recruitment and training program in the Columbus area for the trades and the apprenticeship trades to cover our flanks and the whole thing, you know. We've had 2 meetings in Columbus. One of the international reps, and then later on a follow-through meeting on the recruitment and training thing, at which at that meeting we had Brother Turner was in on that one, plus Brother Taylor. And we'll let Brother Turner tell you about somebody goofed on the time, and in fact he got over at 10 o'clock and the meeting wasn't until 3. But the fact is, we've had a whole series of meetings. All of them are designed to do one thing, and that's to do everything we know to do to make sure that the Tombigbee Waterway is built under union contract, and that we develop training programs and so forth to provide the skilled workforce for the area. And while we've at it, we've been trying to make sure that we do everything we can also to make sure that the Weyerhaeuser Company complex is built under a union contract. So Marvin, if you would at this time, I'd like you to give the board a report on that situation and things that they've transpired and bring us up to date on it. Then I'd like to ask Brother Tucker and Turner to add some remarks later on.
If you don't mind, I'll stand up.
Right.
I don't want to talk all that loud, and
Ms.
you
Phillips
might
tells me
not
I'm
hear what I
talking too
have to
loud.
say, and you might be just as well off if you didn't hear what I have to say. And I don't have a whole lot extra to say that Brother Ramsey hadn't already said. It's true enough that we believe that at this point that Columbus and vicinity is on the brink of a great expansion as far as activity, any way you want to take it.
Right.
Of course, we have the Tone-Bigby Waterway situation. We have the paper mill situation. And we have a lot of other situations that figure into the picture. We have interchange of highways there, number 82, number 45, number 12, and number 50. We have a reactivation of the C&G Railroad that will connect Alabama to Arkansas, right across the state of Mississippi. And all told, we look forward to great expansion as far as jobs and that sort of thing is concerned. Of course, we're concerned primarily at this point in the building trades as to who is going to be out there doing the work. Next, let's see, a week from this Saturday will be the groundbreaking for the Columbus Lock and Dam. Junior Senator will do the honors. I have been called by the Arundel people, Brother Tucker, who is the general contractor on the Columbus Lock and Dam, to be responsible for building a temporary platform from which His Honor will be able to stand and orate. We'll have all of the shots out there. We'll have the 5 states that go to make up the Tone-Bigby Waterway Development Pact: Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Kentucky. We'll have congressmen, at least at that level, and maybe governors. I'm not sure just who all will be, but invitations have been sent out, and it will be on the west side of the river in the vicinity of what is known as Plymouth Bluff. Whether you have an invitation written or not, if you're up in that direction, if you want to come out, it might be an interesting thing. I get you pictured took and all that sort of thing.
That's the 14th?
That's the 14th. Now, in connection with these meetings that the chairman has mentioned, there's a good possibility that we will be able to establish a training program for the area that will be not in competition with building trades apprenticeship and training programs, which most of you in the building trades, maybe all of you, and some that are not, are familiar with. It will not be in competition with any existing training program. It will be largely supplementary. And there's a good chance, and Brother Ramsey is working on this end of it, that through the State Department of Education, through various monies that might be made available, that can be financed, and that it can be located in the Columbus area, which will be not only good for the Tone-Bigby Waterway Development Program, but for any other industry that might come into the picture. In fact, the business, we plan to use that one thing as a possible selling point to the Weyerhaeuser people, who is contemplating this time the possibility of, as he said, to let this it'll add up to about $250 million plant to open shop operator, somebody like Brown and Root and Daniel. Now, Brother Ramsey mentioned Senator Bergen. We brought him into this picture for the simple reason that he's on a retainer basis for the Weyerhaeuser people. He's done a lot of legwork, not only get the Tone-Bigby Waterway Development underway, but also to spearhead legislation of a local and private nature that's been very beneficial to the Weyerhaeuser people, namely a railroad into the site, the 16th section transfer, as well as a access road that the county will pick up. And so all of that is important. And so Mr. Bergen is our friend up to a point. Fact of business, he'll probably get our endorsement. He'll probably be re-elected. He's appreciative of the fact that we are thinking in that direction. He's going to do yeoman service, I think, in as far as he's able to go in persuading the Weyerhaeuser people to hear our side of the story, namely that we've got the people that can go out there and build a job, and that we will have a necessary training program to, if we are short in that field, to furnish skilled people to go out there and do the job that will have to be done. That, I believe, just about covers what I would say about it, Ramsey.
Right, I'm sure all the members of the board, have read about the Tombigbee Waterway. But, this is perhaps one of the biggest projects, engineering feats that's ever been undertaken in the United States of America. They're gonna connect the Tennessee River. There'll be what they call a divide cut. Now, I'm saying this for the benefit of those of you from the Gulf Coast and elsewhere that's not familiar with the area. Those of you northeast Mississippi know what I'm talking about. There'll be a divide cut that cuts across the corner of Mississippi, right in there close to Iuka, tying in with the Yellow Creek apparatus on the Tennessee. Divide cut that'll cut through Tishomingo County. It's going to be several hundred feet deep. There's going to be a series of locks and dams all the way down that river until the thing levels out a little bit. I believe, where's the last one? That down around Aliceville, Alabama somewhere.
Gainesville.
Gainesville. The object of the whole thing is to provide a waterway transportation route from Midland, United States to Mobile, Alabama. Mobile, Alabama will be a booming port city one day as a result of the Tombigbee. This is what we're talking about. And, it's going to be one heck of a feat. There's no question about it. There's going to be an awful lot of work just building the waterway. Then the waterway itself is going to attract an awful lot of industry. Weyerhaeuser itself is been talking about putting up over there for a long time. That just happens to be an industry that we know right now, but there's going to be others. There's going to be a lot of bridges have to be built. When the waterway is completed, they'll have to relocate highways. There'll have to be new bridges built over the thing for people to pass over. This is the type work we're talking about. Now, there's one thing that we, in the last meeting we had, Louis, that you attended, you've been down to the Epps operation. You're familiar with the fact that some of the people down at Epps have been trying to finagle things around where the minority recruiting and all would come out of Epps. Well, there's one thing that I want the board to understand, that in that last meeting we had, there's one thing that we insisted and we got an assurance on was that we'd have our own program, a Mississippi program, an office set up in the Columbus area. We got this assurance out of that meeting. As we visualize it, in addition to what Marvin said with the Governor's Office on Education and Training, where the CETA money is, that's the money we're talking about. They have the Golden Triangle Vocational Education Complex in the area. Alan Bruton, the president of the Building Trades, is on the advisory board to this vocational complex. He has a very good relationship with these people. And what we are attempting to do is to establish a recruiting and training center which will involve recruitment of minorities and other people, not just blacks, just a recruiting and training program to tie in with the ongoing apprenticeship programs of the various trades. And we got assurance in that last meeting that we would have this training center in Columbus. Now, Brother Turner, you might want to comment on that a little bit yourself, would you?
I was sent into Epps, Alabama, on orders from my international to take over that area over there and to be the go-between between our international and the training center over at Epps, Alabama. But after going over there and having several meetings with Guy James, who was the non-union contractor who got the first job on the project,
we tried to make some succession with James whereby he would use the people that come out of that training center on this project over there. At one time, he had said that he would accept trainees from that program on the job. But during the series of meetings, he backed down on that and did not accept it, which all crafts, the 5 major crafts which was involved on the job, had training centers set up in Epps, Alabama. And we had quite a project going over there, but it was not successful in doing anything with Guy James. We practically just about gave up on him, I guess. But to move that center over into Mississippi, not that one, but one similar to that, over into Mississippi, would be a great thing also in recruitment people to work on this Tennessee Tom Bigby project. Now these boys, when they leave the center, they will be sent to a local union and indentured into that local union's apprenticeship program. And I think it'll be one of the wonderful things, and also in helping local unions require apprentices. Instead of going out and beating the bush and trying to find them yourself, they would be referred to you from this program. And that would be one of the good things that would come out of it.
Right.
And although Mr. Taylor did not elaborate on the contract that we had with on the project Tennessee Tom Bigby, the project agreement we worked out on the project, it was successful in getting the U.S. Department of Labor to accept it as each craft building trades rate as of now on the project, the first leg of the Columbus Locker Dam. Each craft will get their present building trade rates on this project. And we also was successful in getting the Corps of Engineers and the U.S. Department of Labor to accept that contract, as the contract will be used throughout the Tennessee Tom Bigby. Regardless of what contractor gets the job, this project agreement will be worked under that project agreement.
Tell them who the 5 unions involved in the pact.
The 5 unions would be the carpenters, cement masons, the laborers, and the operating engineers and iron workers.
Iron workers not part of the
pact. They're not part of the pact, but that's going to create a problem for us. I don't know, but that will create a kind of problem. The iron workers they do have work in the project, but they're not a part of the 5-way pact, right?
We won't get into the problem we've had with iron workers in Pascagoula. They like to blow that one out of the water down there with the expansion of the oil refinery, Standard Oil Refinery. Of course, I've communicated with the board. You're familiar with the correspondence I got from George and all that, but the iron workers do pose a problem, right, and they will perhaps have to deal with that problem later. But the most important thing here, I think, is that 5 major construction unions have already negotiated and signed the pact, which we hope means that the waterway will from this point on be built by union labor under union contract. Brother Tucker, would you like to comment any on this activity?
Yes, sir. I might just go opposite of what the 2 previous speakers have said. Everything is controversial.
Right.
The RTP, whatever they call it, those people are worrying the hell out of me. From Epps, Alabama, and from Atlanta, Georgia, and from Carolinas, and everywhere else. Now, to us, to the building trade unions, this thing is the biggest waste of money I have ever seen that they've got set up in Epps, Alabama. They went through the Department of Labor and got all these funds for a training program. They had the commitments of the union contractors, yet the job went to a non-union contractor, and he hadn't used any of the people, had he?
No, he didn't use it.
Okay, now this is a conflict between this program and our National Joint Apprenticeship Program. Now, we don't need their help. The plumbers don't need their help in recruiting and training people, because when they recruit them and train them up to a certain point, they still can't qualify for the apprenticeship program.
So, to me, I hate to get up, I mean, I just hate to talk like this in front of this board, but I feel like I've got to. It's just a big waste of money, in my opinion, up there for this project. The project's under contract to union people. They'll pay the wage scale. In my case, they called me yesterday, Swanson Nunn called me from Indianapolis, Indiana, or somewhere in Indiana. What is your wage rate? They had to turn it over to the Corps of Engineers, what they was gonna pay. Now, I wasn't in this pack because this is the people that work for the general contractor.
Right.
But now, as far as we're concerned, we're talking about 8 or 10 people on this lock and dam in Columbus for 2 years, 2.5 years. And hell, I could put 80 people out there tomorrow without any problem. I could put the minority apprentices, journeymen, and the white apprentices and journeymen on the job. So, like I said, I hate to throw cold water on something like this. It might be and I hope it is a booming area, and I hope we need this. But as of now, I see a big waste of taxpayers' money for that thing in Columbus, Mississippi, and Epps, Alabama.
I think, excuse me, I think where all the international involved on this project fell down, Marine Bridge project, wasn't non-union because they didn't actually get totally involved in this project until that first job went non-union.
Right.
And that's why when they come totally involved, when they should have been involved at the outset, the possibility might have could turn it around.
Well, you see, knowing some of the problems relating to the Epps project, you know, that's one of the main reasons we've insisted on having our own program in Mississippi. It's going to be separate and apart from the Epps. And remember what we said, that the program is, whatever program is finally put in over there, is going to have to meet the approval of the participating unions first. We're not going to participate, at least I'm not, in anything that's not approved by the unions. And I want everybody to understand. I made this statement in the meeting.
That's right.
And everybody should fully understand that nobody is going to try to change the apprenticeship program of any union. The work, of course, is some of the trades will get very little work out of the waterway itself. Very few pipe fitters, very few electricians. The people that will benefit by the recruiting and training program, let's name them. The laborers union. We don't have a laborers union in the Meridian, Columbus area. Tim Odom has assured me that they're going to do one of two things. Either charter a local in the area or open up a full-time office. The Jackson local presently has got the jurisdiction. Many of the recruits that we're talking about will be referred to the laborers union that cannot qualify for the apprenticeship programs of the different trades. You know, any program that's that we have anything to do with, again, the referrals and the criteria will be set by the participating union. Now I think perhaps we're having to do a few things that perhaps some of the trades would prefer not to have to do. But some of these things that we're talking about is directly responsible for this thing leaving the open shop area. Had it not been for the work done in the Epps program, the open shop contractor would still be getting all of the work. You see?
I don't believe that.
Huh?
I don't believe that. Now, the first job that they led...
Well, that's the information I'm told.
Yes, sir. Okay, at Gainesville, Alabama, the first job that was led, the prevailing wage rate on the state of Alabama, he's not listening to me now, the heavy and highway prevailing wage rate was set, and it was correct, and it was a hell of a lot higher than Mississippi come up with. All this was set before they took bids on the job. Yet Guy James was a low bidder because he can get around some of these fringe areas that we're talking about.
Yeah.
But there was they didn't have that problem in Alabama because Alabama, you remember this interviewing thing, I asked some of these candidates about highway construction.
Right.
The prevailing wage rate for every craft, even the operating engineers and laborers and everybody, was set on that job prior to the bidding of it.
Well, I'm sure we got problems
We
down
sure
the road.
have.
And, the building trades unions themselves, the main thing I'm trying to get across here is that whatever we do, whatever I do, that is, in terms of developing a program, it's gonna have to be approved by the building trades unions themselves. That's the main thing I want everybody to understand.
Well,
That we're trying to develop programs to strengthen the hand of the different trades in this project and do our best to make sure it's not done by an oak shop contractor. That's my concern.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, on this RTP thing, you know, we was on the ground floor bringing the first office in Mississippi, you know, and, it's still in operation at the present. The only objection I have, and I think the folks in it, in that area that's put into effect, shouldn't let the national office bring some people in there to head the program up that's not members of the local trade union movement. We've got some good folks, white and black, that run the damn thing. You know, they slipped one or two in past the bill, it created a lot of problems. And I understand the guy that got over to Ipswich, Alabama, don't even know what the word trade union is all about. You know, the guy heads
That's
it up.
some of the problems that we're not gonna,
That's
permit in
the
this
big
one,
thing
I hope.
got with it.
Yeah.
Now, what they have really done, they've helped us in the Pascagoula area, recruiting apprentices, white, black, Indian, females, anything you wanna call them. Now, the building trade, in that area has never used them. You know, they predominantly, say the plumbers in that area, it's a big family affair. It's all white, and one day, they gonna get burned, you know? We got some machinist unions in the same situation, as spent $100,000 cause couldn't nobody tell them, you know, you better get out and do something to clean up your house. And it's costing about $100,000 out of one Chicago local where they're not supposed to have any discrimination, see? But, the building trades has stopped this thing because of, this reason. You know, that's the reason most of them not.
Well, I ain't-
AFL-CIO.
Yeah.
You know, when you start talking about facts, that's facts. Whether what we
Let me
face it
say,
or not.
well, we got, you know,
And, it's just
we
that
got
simple.
problems out there, there's no question about it, but as I view this situation, my role in this thing is to do what I can to strengthen the hand of the trades, and to try to make sure the work is given to a fair contractor, try to do everything we can to train people for the trades, minorities and otherwise.
See-
And it should be emphasized here, I think, we're not just gonna dwell on just the minority
You
folks.
see, the star in this group of
Right.
folks that they said in some of those meetings, there's enough tie-in for everybody.
I-
They were recruiting these people, putting them in the plant, non-union, this type of thing, but by them coming through, you know, the RTP organization.
Right.
All of them goes in now as union members.
Right.
We used to have these other groups that we got chased out of town, so, with a few things like sticks in my craw about one guy that's never been to union working down there, that's the biggest hang up I have with it. And I think if it goes in
Well, we,
up there, it ought to be union people running it.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say one more thing.
All right.
Maybe I said
And
too
we're
much.
gonna try to recess for lunch.
Okay. The Ingalls or Lytton operation is completely different from the building trade.
No question about it.
Anytime
question about it.
you can recruit people and put them on a job permanently, that's fine, I'm for
Right.
it. But now to get out here and like I said, to spend all this money for recruitment and training and then not accomplish anything is foolish to me. I mean, it's like he's talking about the pie, everybody wants a share of the pie. And the people that's running this thing is riding around these Cadillacs and things, as far as I'm concerned, their job should be abolished as far as we are concerned. For to help us, I mean, it don't help us at all.
Let me ask one question. If I understand this training program you're talking about in Columbus, if the laborers need some training for people to be recruited, carpenters or any craft,
That's a good,
they
I don't
use it,
know.
but if the pipe fitters, electricians, or carpenters, or cement benchers don't need any more people, then they won't train any for that, am I right or wrong?
Right.
In other words, Brother Tucker here, I understand what he's talking about.
I know what he's talking about.
They've got members sitting there now wanting to go to work, they got apprentices wanting to go to work.
Right.
Brother Taylor may have the same thing. Well, why bring in there and train up a whole other bunch to go into there when they've got people sitting there wanting to go to work?
Well, we're not gonna do that. That's something else that everybody has to understand, that the program is gonna be geared up for the needs of the particular trades.
Yeah.
And, you know, my whole object here is I've already stated, is to do everything we can for the trades. The trades will have control over the program. That's my concern.
In other words, it may start out that Brother Tucker don't want him to train any electricians trained. I'll just use him for an example. Then after he gets to going, he may not have enough people to man it. Then he may want them to help him train some.
Well, all of these trades now have projected what their needs will be. That, you know, that's in the picture also. I couldn't agree with any more. There's one thing we certainly don't want to do, and that's to recruit and train more people than there are jobs. We're not going to go this route. And it's this simple, you know, that we either do it, and I'm talking now, when I say we, I'm talking about the affected unions. We either develop this kind of a program and maintain control of it ourselves, or somebody else is going to do it for us. It's that simple to me. And they like to busted the unions down there with this same kind of a situation. And, you know, I'd remind all of you that back about 70, I think it was, Russell, the unions had their backs against the wall. And the reason we got the RTP program and the HRDI program in Lytton was to strengthen the hands of the Metal Trades Council. We're going to try to do the same thing, but a better job in this situation here. Now, the building trades are going to have to prove whatever's done, as far as I'm concerned. I don't intend to lift one finger and do anything unless this is what the affected unions want. Okay?
Also, you might mention, it was brought out in this meeting that during the course of training these people, that each local union will be contacted to see how many apprentices do they work with their new, how many people.
Right.
And they will not train any more people than they can be used in that area.
Absolutely. This is what, but we'll have a meeting later, Brother Tucker, of the building trades unions. The participating unions in the area will be invited, you know, and we'll make sure this next time that they all get the proper notice. Unfortunately, Alan Bruton's wife was sick and he missed this last meeting.
Let me say one more.
Yes.
I'd like to say one more word about this, and this has reference largely with the 5 trades that has been mentioned. This agreement with the Arundel Company was negotiated at the international level. Now, we are under the gun, you might say, on what is referred to as an affirmative action program.
Right.
That simply means that minority people will have to have a chance to work on this project coming out of these 5 trades.
Right.
We're under agreement to that effect. Now, suppose we say that, well, we've got people or we hadn't got it, as the case might be. Now, if we go out to get some people in conformity with the action programs, we may find it hard to find these people. And we're talking about largely pre-apprentice category. I know I've had some trouble, although I get a letter up to the employment office, out to the school, in conformity with the action plan for minorities, and we don't get anybody.
You don't have
But
anybody
we're
out there
under
to
the gun,
recruit
we're
them for
gonna
you.
have to get some of those people, and they're gonna have to have jobs, and we want them to be qualified.
And that's where the
And the
program
contractor
comes.
wants
They do that
to be
recruiting for
qualified.
you.
So, out of that group, that might be the answer for us to say, okay, we can use this many apprentices out of the pre-program.
Right.
Now, it was mentioned at our last meeting that we'll have 2 pile driver crews on there. We don't have a pile driver in the local union, although we represent pile drivers, millwrights, pile drivers, and carpenters. That's the trade autonomy. So, we could very well be in the market when the time comes for 10 or 12 pile drivers. Well, where do we get them? It's either get them out of Mobile, get them out of Kansas City, or train and get them out of our own locality. Now, we're a little bit different, that's true enough, with our brother Tucker, and also brother Bruton, the electricians and the plumbers. And we might need to mention one thing. Now, this 5-pack that we're talking about is not a new thing, Brother Chairman. We've had a national highway and heavy committee for 10 or 15 years. Now, the Department of Labor makes a difference in construction. You've got at least 3 major categories: residential, commercial, highway and heavy. Now, highway and heavy in Mississippi has never been organized. The scale up there to start with for carpenters was $3.50 an hour. That was all that the contractor was going to have to pay on the Columbus Lock and Dam. All right, our National Joint Committee gets into that thing. They are able to persuade the Department of Labor to up that thing, as he said a while ago, to conform with the current local building trades, which is about $3 an hour higher. So there had to be some trade out there. We are, our people at the national level have done a pretty good job, and they got that in the specifications that enabled a fair contractor to get the job.
Right.
Now, that's some of the things that building trades people deal with that maybe industrials haven't thought about, but it's peculiar to the building trades.
Right.
Now, I don't see no point. When I first thought about this thing, I said, well, now we've got our training program. I talked to our people at Washington on this very subject the day before we had this last meeting. He said, well, now you'll have to put it on the basis of what you need. If you don't need nobody, you don't need to train nobody. If you do need somebody, go ahead. We are still under the action program.
Right. Well, anyhow, I think everybody's got the, you understand what we're talking about. And the main thing here is that we're going to do everything we can to develop a program that meets the approval of the participating unions and do our best to make sure the jobs in the area are done under union contract. Can't we break now for lunch? Would you give them the instructions, Brother Knight?
Down to the dining room, go through the...
Heads you through the night.
That's right, it hits you through the night.
Will the meeting please come to order?
You started that tape yet, eh?
Yeah, meeting is going.
Yeah, it's going.
Stop all the dirty jokes.
2 more about it now.
Well, we got an awful lot of work facing us here this afternoon, and the length of time required is going to be dependent upon the people present. I think I ought to have a kind of a short statement to make about the predicament that we're in. Back at our meeting on January the 10th, we adopted a motion to set June 6th, 7th, and 8th as the dates for the different meetings involved in this situation. And, set the day of the convention a whole bit. And then also at that meeting, established a interviewing committee to be comprised of the executive committee plus Mary Bryan and Amy Hollowell, and that when and if some member of that committee couldn't be present, that they'd be replaced by a board member in the Jackson area. When we set the date of the convention and the preliminary meetings, at that time we thought we were getting things set up whereby we would be able to do a number of things and have more time to do them in by getting this earlier started. And at that time, of course, we had no way of knowing about the kind of a situation that was going to develop, as it has just recently developed. And that is namely the fact that, number one, it's very apparent that the Republican Party is going to be fielding a slate of candidates for all of the major state positions. Number two, that a number of the candidates for governor that announced they were going to run would not qualify. So what we did with the interviewing committee, frankly, is to get out letters of invitation to those prominent candidates that had announced the intention of running, and interview what we consider the lesser candidates, like David Perkins and a few more that we don't think got a ghost of a chance of winning, that we do this by mail. So the end result of all that was that we sought and did have personal interviews with William Winter, Cliff Finch, Mr. Danton, and Littlejohn, Thomas Littlejohn, 4 candidates for governor in the Democratic primary, and Mr. Gil Carmichael, a Republican candidate for governor. We interviewed him while we were at it. We thought we while we had the committee together, we ought to go ahead and get him also. Then we sought interviews with and did personal interview Miss Evelyn Gandy, Senator Bob Perry, State Treasurer Brad Dye, and District Attorney Herring up here at Canton, 4 candidates for the Democratic primary. We interviewed the lesser candidates again by mail. All members of the committee could not be in on all of the sessions. We did have to replace from time to time 1 or 2 members of the interviewing committee. Brother Louis Turner, for instance, sit in on some of them that Brother Tucker could not make. We even invited W.H. Wood to one of them so we'd make sure we had the sufficient number. But the thing that I'm trying to get across to you is that the interviewing committee did interview 4 candidates for each position in the primary, plus Gil Carmichael, who is the Republican nominee. Now we have our problem again. In the beginning, Theodore Smith indicated that he was going to be a candidate for governor, but he hadn't yet qualified. We had him on our list to invite for the interview, and just before I got him on the line to set the date, he withdrew, publicly announced that he was not going to be a candidate. We proceeded to interview the ones that we invited. This morning I picked up the newspaper and learned that Talmadge Littlejohn, a man that we'd interviewed, had withdrew yesterday. He pulled out of the contest. He won't be in the race. Now, in addition to that kind of a situation, Republicans have been announcing for different positions in recent days since our committee met. For instance, the mayor of Laurel just this past week qualified as a candidate for lieutenant governor. That's after our committee had met. Just yesterday, the mayor of Meridian qualified as a candidate for Secretary of State. And then I also saw in the morning paper where the mayor of Ocean Springs had qualified as a candidate for Highway Commission. Now, all of these things have happened in recent days, which means that we haven't had an opportunity to meet and interview some of the candidates on a personal basis that we would have had we had more time and had they qualified sooner, you know. Then we've got candidates that are qualifying each day with the Secretary of State's office at the last minute. Up until yesterday, only about 3 of the candidates for governor had actually qualified with the Secretary of State. You know, Cliff Finch just qualified, William Winter just recently qualified, and who's the other one? Danton. I don't know if Danton's actually qualified yet. I haven't seen this in the paper.
I believe I saw it in,
Maybe it is.
in last night.
Now, I talked with the Secretary of State's office this morning, and Dees has gone over to pick the information up, that we'd like to have this afternoon the up-to-date listing of people, candidates who have actually qualified with the Secretary of State's office. then they've agreed to supply us a supplement to that immediately after the qualifying deadline, which is Friday at 5 p.m. You know, that's the kind of a situation that we're having to deal with. We thought that we were getting a head start on the thing in January when we had the committee meeting. Nobody had any idea that we'd run into this kind of a situation. And nobody knew at that time that we was going to have so many candidates running for all of these different offices. You know, and we have literally got the woods full of candidates for virtually every statewide position. You know. Now last night the interviewing committee met. We spent several hours kicking this situation around in regards to the gubernatorial situation and the lieutenant governor situation and perhaps a couple other situations. And the committee will be making a recommendation here this afternoon in this area. The committee felt last night that in view of all of these complications, that rather than the committee taking the answers to all of these questionnaires themselves, that we perhaps should just do that with the full board, you know, here this afternoon. And that's what we're going to have to do this afternoon, is to let Brother Knight, and we'll first dispose of the recommendations of the committee, then we'll come to the different positions and let him read the questions, the answers, and what have you, of all of the candidates that have qualified up to this point that have answered our questionnaires. Okay? Is that okay with everybody to handle it in that fashion? Now, the first thing then that we'll get is the executive committee's report, the interviewing committee's report on that particular situation. Then we'll open it up for discussion.
After considerable discussion and evaluation of the candidates for governor and lieutenant governor of Mississippi in the election this year, the committee determined that there are 3 candidates for governor acceptable to labor. In alphabetical order they are Danton, Finch, and Winter. And that there are 4 candidates for lieutenant governor acceptable to labor. In alphabetical order they are Dye, Gandy, Herring, and Perry. Consequently, a motion was made by Vice President Orman and seconded by Vice President Jackson that no endorsement be made at this time in the race for governor and lieutenant governor, and that this convention be recessed and reconvened on Saturday, September 13th, 1975, at which time the Democratic and Republican nominees and any independent that might qualify will be considered and a position taken. Motion carried and so on.
Glad you heard the report and the recommendation of the committee. Do we have any discussion? The floor is now open for discussion.
Well, I'm wondering if I was here in the motion made last night. I'm wondering if the minutes shouldn't reflect that we did, the motion should reflect that we did interview Little John. Because probably some members in his area were going to be in there on the meeting, on the convention meeting. And they probably want to know the same question if we interviewed him.
Right.
I wonder if we shouldn't reflect that.
It's a good thought. It might be well that, I'm sure what we're going to have to do is finalize a report, and I assume that I'll have to perhaps, rough it out. In roughing it out, I'll mention the fact that we interviewed, the candidates by name, and that in view of the fact that Mr. Littlejohn had withdrew, and these 3 people are the only ones.
This is the reason, originally we had 4 people.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
assuming that he took him off
Yeah,
after he
Took
got
him
hurt.
off after you saw where he announced he'd pull out of the
All
race.
right, put him back, insert Little John's name right back
And
where
then
we had it.
Then explain
And
that
then,
he withdrew.
in
That'd be nice.
parentheses, Little John has since withdrew.
Yeah.
All right, that's
It's
it,
done,
Gil.
Carmichael. I just removed him when I rewrote
Or,
it.
you know,
He didn't
now you're not gonna
stand
send
out.
this out in the mail out for rank and file
He didn't
members,
want
are you?
He wasn't
This
sure.
is
He
not-
said he's
No,
scared
this
to
is
death of it.
something to get on the floor tomorrow. We'll have it before the
Under
state
this
court
thing,
committee.
he's still considered
It'll
on
be
13th
kicked around, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
final
yeah.
analysis
Still
will
be
come out of the
either
court
public
committee with a
party.
recommendation for the convention Saturday.
Right.
That's how we usually handle it. I assume we'll handle it the same fashion. And in that report, of course, we'll make mention of the fact that we interviewed a number of other candidates by mail. And the result of our interviews, we consider these people as being the top contenders. They're acceptable to the state AFL-CIO. That's what we're talking about. We'll try to get all that language worked out before it's presented to the convention. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if, I may, for as a matter of explanation to the members of the board that wasn't on the committee, maybe we ought to explain a little bit more about why.
Yeah, well, I think the committee, the other members of the board not on the committee should understand why this was done.
We
Several-
used the legislative brochure program, the 16 points that you have there, plus you have a sheet of paper which is entitled Questionnaire for Governor and our Lieutenant Governor, and then there's a second back sheet that differs for the Lieutenant Governor a little to that one for Governor. Mainly, we asked the Lieutenant Governor if he or she would confer with the Mississippi AFL-CIO before making committee appointments in the state senate. And I think every member of the committee that sat in on these interviews would agree, as a whole, that we've got the best group of candidates probably seeking these two offices we've ever had in our time in the state. Now, their positions vary from one question to the other, you know, the subject matter used here. But when you boil it down and when you look at them from an overall point of view, it's simply this as we stated. As the four candidates for governor, of course only three now, but we'll leave Little John where he was. It would have been very hard, and remember this, it takes a 2/3 vote to make an endorsement. See? And the committee come to the conclusion that it would have been impossible to have went out there, if for no other reason, and sought and got a 2/3 vote for any one of those four running for governor. It just couldn't have happened, you know, when you start discussing their position on the issue. The same thing applies to the lieutenant governor, and this is an important position in that they appoint the committees and the chairman through which we either live or die over there, legislatively speaking. And when you look at their positions on the subject matter discussed, there again we would have had a rerun of the governor's race. There was just no one person there over and above the others that we felt that you could go out there and get a 2/3 vote to endorse and not create an all day long scuffle and wind up, looking silly, all of us. And to consider something else, and we've gone into it here today, the financial situation. And the first thing they want to know, well, the first thing to do is converge on our office and ask you for a key to the front door and the back door. And they want the typewriters, and they want to know if the machinery is literally, this goes on, and they start making demands on it. And I mean rightfully so, up to a point. And the financial condition of the state AFL-CIO just won't stand an endorsement in the race for governor or lieutenant governor. Now, we're just talking in this room for governor or lieutenant governor of Mississippi, because they expect not just people power, they expect that green power to back up an endorsement. And maybe, and I'm sure that some of the members of some of our delegations are gonna say, well, you're taking the chicken attitude, you know, you won't stand up and fight. By God, what do you do fighting a down bear with a broom straw? Now, I'm putting it just like it is. There's nobody around this table that would enjoy any more than I would us making an endorsement and get out here and lower the boom on people. But we've got a field of candidates that recognize us. Marvin, you'll get a kick out of this. Brad and I. If none of you don't know, if those of you might not be too familiar with his record, he's never been friendly to us. He's been in the Senate. He was a workman's comp commissioner. He's director of the A&I board. You know, he's state treasurer. He walked in that meeting, Marvin, and I thought about you. You know, well, everybody there was out for a period of time. He wanted to answer that last question first, insisted says, I want it wide open. Well, the committee went out. You know, we don't know what happened while we was coming back to. They all recognize us as a part of this state. They recognize us as individuals, as organizations. They want our support, you know.
Tom, that's with the exception of one candidate for governor.
Right.
Well, yeah, but we're really talking about Democrats right now. And we just in coming up with this decision that we come up with last night and this proposal we made to you, we've taken all these things in consideration. Not forgetting the fact that we have these 175 legislative races out here where it's really at, to use one of the modern expressions, and that we're limited and we have got to provide a little financial muscle everywhere in every one of these situations we can. And with all of that in mind is just some of the reasons that we come up with this particular proposal. Of course, looking too, if you accept this and it goes on to prevail, looking toward the September thing when we'll have a Republican and a Democrat and God knows how many independents, 15 or 20 maybe, running for governor and for lieutenant governor, and the thing will be down then to where then we'll see how we're doing financially and ever otherwise, and well, we'll see. So
I think that's perhaps
just
a
some
major
of the things.
The major reason that the committee is making this recommendation centers around the fact that the governor's election will not be resolved in the primaries, that it will in the general election. I think this perhaps had more of a bearing on this decision. This is, as I said, an unusual situation. We've never had to deal with one just like it, and I think that this is about the only thing that we can do, based on all the interviews and information we got.
There's one thing else that's very obvious, but I want to state it again. One problem we got here, even if we could endorse,
right,
and we happened to get on a man that didn't make it through the primaries and spent most of our money trying to get him through the primaries, and then I don't know what you're going to do for the party nominee then in November when he's got a race to run too. See, this is...
Well, that's the recommendation of the committee, and I think it should be said it was a unanimous recommendation. The entire committee recommended that. And I want you to know this committee spent many long hours on that interview. And those interview sessions, they run in there a minimum of an hour and a half. Some of them went past 2 hours. Some of them got educated by the committee.
I would support the recommendation of the committee, and we had somewhat a similar situation in the first district with a congressman 5 years ago. If you remember, Tom, we were over at Winona and interviewed a group of candidates, and we had 5 or 6 or 7 in the race. And when we come out with a score, we had some of these people tying on our scoreboard, and others within 1 point. It was the thinking of the committee, and we recommended and went along with it, take no position in the first primary. They were so closely together, and any of them would have been good people had they got elected. But when we get down to 2, we were able to make a choice, and we made a choice, and our man won the election.
Well, this is really what the same approach. should, I think, give this type of information to the other members of the committee, is that, we feel, frankly, that the contest, the runoff is gonna be between one or two of the three candidates we're talking about. The runoff will. One of those three will be the nominee of the party. Same thing in the lieutenant governor's race. We have every reason to believe that the contest there is gonna be between, one of the four will win, and it perhaps will have a runoff between Bob Perry and Evelyn Gandy. Both of them are pretty good friends of ours. Then when we come back in here in September, we'll be looking at Republican candidates versus Democratic candidates, and then perhaps if there's some independents out there, then would be able to take a position, and the final analysis in the general election. And then I think perhaps we'll have, maybe things will be shaped up better than they are by now. That's about all I want to say on the thing, unless some other members of the committee's got something they want to say for the benefit of the rest of the board. I think the rest of the board needs to get as much information as possible out of it.
Claude, I would just like to say, I think one thing we should think of when we consider this also is that a two-party system is very viable in Mississippi now. You remember when we did take position in primary elections, it was because we didn't have no opposing party in the general election.
Right.
And now we got opposing party in the general election. And I think, as we discussed before the committee, that our method of doing this has become obsolete now because of a two-party system. And all of this is really not necessary until after the primary election. And then you deal with either Republican or Democrat.
That's the thinking of the committee. That's pretty well put there, really. It's like you say, this, the first time we've had to deal with one just like this,
Well.
Yeah, we and all these interviews are on tape. If there's anybody on the board who'd like to hear any of them, they're available, Yeah.
I mean, I could go along not making any kind of endorsement in this first primary. But what kind of selling point are we gonna have to our people to go back asking for these dollars when we say, well, we hadn't took any stand yet?
Well, the dollars are gonna be, and I think we're gonna come to that before the afternoon's over, these dollars are gonna be spent in the election of the legislature itself. From where we sit at this time, as we view the situation, most of our emphasis in this election, as it was 4 years ago, has to be at that level with the central bodies and the candidates for the legislature. Regardless of what the court comes up with, regardless, if the apportionment plan stands or if the court orders single-member districts, considering the fact that the real power in our system over there is in the legislature, and the fact that the Speaker of the House and the Lieutenant Governor are really more important to us than the governor's office is, then we feel that even though we're taking this position in, the gubernatorial situation, that we're going to make recommendations in this convention to roll up our sleeves and go to work in these legislative races as we've done before. And before the afternoon's over with, we're going to get into some of that, I'm sure. I don't want to get into it right now, but we have had a meeting in Greenville with Buddy Newman, for instance. I want to wait till Grantham gets here if we can. You get into that, he's supposed to be here, but we got several things like that we'd like to tell you about,
Well, let me make this one statement further about the legislative thing, Howard. It's quite evident, based on some scoop that we picked up, that there's certain adversaries of ours in this state that are going around fielding candidates against some of our best friends in the state legislature now. And this means, that much more effort on our part, financial and otherwise, to try to keep them guys over there. It's very obvious that there's a well-heeled conspiracy here, talking about well-heeled financially, that has got their sights set on certain legislative seats over there, And it's funny that nearly all of them seats are people that we consider our friends.
Quite a few of them, see? Might as well tell them what we're talking about. Bill Waller apparently is gonna be the power broker in this whole thing. The information we get is that Charlie McKellar, his press secretary, who just left his office recently, joined one of the advertising firms here in Jackson, and he's out here working to defeat some candidates that help override Waller's vetoes and people like that. Bill Bergen is one of those candidates that the Waller apparatus is going to have to go after. Now, they'll be supporting some of the same candidates as we will, but in some situations, we're going to meet them head on. I understand that perhaps he might be supporting Joel Williams, for instance, against Kenneth Williams, which is okay. I'm sure if you support anybody up there, it'll be Joel and not Kenneth, you see. But in the Bill Bergen situation, I feel reasonably sure that we're going to find ourselves locking horns with Bill Waller and his apparatus. This is the type thing that we're talking about, you know. But we're not about to recommend in this convention that we don't do anything in this election. We're simply saying, because of the fact that the two-party system is coming alive here and that the Republicans will be feeling top opposition, that we ought to withhold our endorsement of this organization until we get a contest between the nominees of the Republican and Democratic parties. That's what we're saying. Hell no, we got our work cut out for us out here in these legislative races. You better believe that. Okay, Joe?
Claude, I'll agree with the recommendation. I think it's, under the circumstances, probably all we can do. But when you do this, you're gonna leave it open for the local unions, individuals to get out and support anybody they want to.
Right.
I presume that's
right.
All right, you're gonna have, and we run into this, I did last time, some of my own local members. They gonna get behind one of these candidates, and if come up when you start making these endorsements, if Labor don't endorse this particular guy, they going with him anyway. Because they've been supporting him all the way through. Governor, lieutenant governor, whatever.
Well, if we get the thing out there like it is, Joe, in answer to your question, like, and our recommendation is that we urge our people to get active in the campaign of one of these three candidates. That we're not suggesting they sit on their hands and stay out of the election, but that we encourage them to participate in the campaigns of one of these three candidates. That's what I think we ought to say.
That's what we intended,
That's
yeah.
right.
Joe, and two now, you have to look at it when it comes down to the general election, where the state probably will take a position, you're gonna be taking a position on either the Democrat or Republican.
Right.
And if those union members were with that Republican to begin with, they wasn't with us no way because he wasn't even in the primary, he ain't getting involved in the general election. So, I don't really think that's gonna hurt.
One just for the two that gets knocked out, why?
And they ought to switch to the nominee of the party, see, their man would be defeated to that point.
As far as I know, Carmichael won't have a primary opponent. He hasn't got one yet. Which means he don't have a primary to go through. So he's sitting out here, running a campaign, waiting till November comes up. And I don't know how any of our people get involved in a Carmichael campaign when you don't have a primary,
He ain't running more.
You reckon we can get up, what is it, $200 to qualify somebody?
Yeah.
Well, that guy in Laurel was gonna run against him, but he backed
run
out.
for lieutenant
He
governor.
changed his mind.
He
We
was
can
on
get-
that
well,
money change, yeah, that money change.
See if we get up $200 to go down there and get Mary registered as a Republican and run against him, just where you see
Well,
how
I think,
votes he gets.
I think what we're really talking about, in view of the fact the Republicans are not having a primary, then in final analysis, we're suggesting that our people get active in the campaigns of these three Democratic candidates of their choice. Either one of the three is acceptable to us, and then in September, I don't know, we'll talk about this later. Perhaps might want to interview the candidates for both parties, might even want to invite them to address the convention. These are all possibilities. Brother Dees has brought me the partial list of the people from the Secretary of State's office that have qualified up to this point, and of course, tomorrow we'll pick up the completed list at 5 o'clock, but to show you what I'm talking about, now we've been talking about the candidates that have qualified. We got David Perkins, Lehman Gandy, Cliff Finch, Morris Stanton, and William Winter have now qualified for governor. You know, Carmichael hasn't yet qualified, so you know what I'm talking about? And some of these just qualified in the last minute. Let's see who we got lieutenant governor. This is a good one. This is a good one now, lieutenant governor. Paul Oliver, Evelyn Gandy, Jim Herring, Bob Perry, Carl Mertz. We interviewed Brad Dodd. He hasn't yet qualified with the Secretary of State. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about, see?
When did Carl Mertz get in the race?
He's been in it. He said he was gonna withdraw if he didn't get financial support yesterday.
He's
I
a
don't know if
working
he got
man's
it or not.
candidate. He hadn't approached y'all about money yet?
You know Mertz, the same guy ran,
I know who Mertz is.
That's my
Run for
buddy.
Congress.
That's Tom's buddy.
As a Republican, as a Democrat, Bud put it in fence.
And then tried to get his wife to run.
She did run.
She did run.
Not only tried, she did.
Right.
Well, anyhow, we've got the partial list, those people that had qualified about 10 o'clock this morning. It's up that close. I understand that there's a few that were in there to qualify. We need one over to pick this up. But we've got the latest information out of the Secretary of State's office to deal with. Do we have any more discussion on this committee's recommendation here before we put the motion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. All right, Brother Knight, where do you want to begin next? Let me see who we got. The Secretary of State is the next one that shows on our book. State Treasurer, Secretary of State, Heber Latimer, Sheldon Hand. Should we start with the...
We got Ladner right?
We got Ladner here, right. All right. This is incumbent Ladner. Now, he has also got an announced Republican opponent. He hasn't qualified. He's announced. That's the mayor of your town.
Take one of these. This is a questionnaire mailed to the Secretary of State. Take one and pass it around. There's not enough. I got more. Just one.
Yeah, well, I'll make one.
Has everybody got the question there? All right. The two candidates are Heber Ladner, the incumbent, and N. Shelton Hand, Jr., an attorney from Clinton. We'll take Ladner first. Answer to question number one. Millsaps College B.S. degree, Duke University M.A. degree, and trained in the National Institute of Public Affairs, Washington, D.C., member of the legislature, 1936 to 40. Answer to number two. See attached sheet of duties and responsibilities now incumbent upon the Secretary of State. Could not assume additional responsibilities without increasing staff. He's got so many now, you just barely can get in the front door. You're standing straddle of two secretaries when you do that.
Let's go see him.
He has attached a considerable, list of, you wanna go into them?
No.
All right, number three. A central permanent record in the Secretary of State's office, I have no objection to legislation requiring central filing in the office of Secretary of State on all pending court cases. Answer to number 4, yes. Now that, how many of you, I'm sure all of you recognize the significance of that question. It's simply in dealing with our COPE program, that we could go over there and pick up a list of registered voters from the whole cotton-picking state.
Makes it much easier the way we have to do
This is
it.
the case in certain states, not necessarily the Secretary of State has it, but some state officer. And we thought under our system of government that'd be the most appropriate office.
He answered yes, huh?
Yes. The answer to number 5 is no.
That was a loaded question.
The answer to number 6, yes, I introduced such legislation while I was a member of the legislature. Number 7, this is a judicial question, but if present statutes are discriminatory or unfair to labor as opposed to any other class, I would favor rectifying amendments. The answer to number 8, yes. And the answer, yes, and I have always favored collective bargaining. Signed, Heber Latin. All right, now, yeah, okay. No, maybe we better take it this way while it's fresh on your mind. Now, the evaluation sheet, well, some of all of you better have it, or it may not be. Pass them around.
Keep busy.
Change it
Better
back.
sit when you smoke when the room's enough,
All
like
that picture.
Give me just a minute to see what all we got. It's possible. Thank you for your letter of May 21st, 1975, giving me the opportunity to respond to several areas of interest to Mississippi AFL-CIO concerning the Office of Secretary of State. Before responding directly to those matters that you raised in your letter and attached sheets of questions, I should like to thank you personally again for the privilege of being on the TV program with you, Mr. Knight, Mr. Woodson, and Ms. Brown, when we were able to discuss the most recent state convention, the various aspects of your various programs and procedures. That was a most enjoyable experience for me. I've had several favorable comments on the program. It was educational in its nature and gave me and the other panel members a chance to relate to the listening public your approaches to matters of concern to everyone. Just a word of explanation. After our October convention, all of you know Jim Winston, this insurance guy, used to be with American Income. He promotes several panel programs here, and he approached us to appear beyond. There are several years of personal background involvement giving me real qualification for this office. Frankly, I feel that I'm much better qualified for entry into this office than was a man who now holds that office at the time that he was first offered Secretary of State in 1939. For 6 years, I've been legal counsel and development director for Mississippi College. This has been an office of total involvement with literally thousands of alumni, friends, and families of Mississippi College across the state and beyond. Through my office at Mississippi College, we have processed the gifts of money and estates that have come to the college over the years. We have been responsible for improvement and updating of records and information systems. This has involved personal experience with modern information systems and computers. We have been trained at the IBM School on Computers for practical use in office functions. Our travel has been on the average of 30,000 miles per year getting to know the people of the state of Mississippi, the corporate and foundation structures and employees who give so totally of themselves. We've also served beyond the state of Mississippi during these past 6 years. I've been the legal advisor to 75 colleges, universities, and Southern Baptist Convention on matters of education. I've appeared before congressional committees on behalf of taxation matters. I've spoken to meetings of the presidents of Southern Baptist colleges on various occasions and have addressed the Mississippi Association of Colleges within the MEA on matters of education in the state of Mississippi. With the Secretary of State being one of the 3 members of the State Board of Education, I
I could bring to that office a more recent personal involvement with education in the state and help improve some of the policies in that regard, working with the leaders of education across the state. For many years, at least since 1963, I've been a member of the Farm Bureau, keeping in touch with the needs of agriculture in the state and the farm workers. This has given me the opportunity to observe the needs and the programs of the farmer in valuable ways. For several years, I've been chairman of the Committee on State Government Reorganization for the MEC. This has given me the chance to personally communicate with some 35 other states to find out what they've been doing. State government reorganization is an area of vital need in Mississippi, and one demands our attention. My comments relative to state government will be expanded in response to other questions you raised. Personal resume is almost attached, also enclosed to give you a total picture of my background. Second, my opinion, there are any separate officers whose duties should be properly assigned to the Secretary of State in order to reduce the cost of administration. Without hesitation, yes, there have been some recommendations that the Office of Land Commissioner be shifted to the Office of Secretary of State. This is a wise suggestion and should, in my opinion, be done. The Secretary of State already serves on the Lieu Land Commission and has basic responsibility for serving the entire state in the function of general service and record keeping. This is largely the function of the Land Commissioner's office. The combination of these functions would be well serviced by their combination in the Office of Secretary. Part of my response, I'd like to recommend that the Board of Education be removed as one of the duties of the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the Superintendent of Education. The MEA has recommended that we let this agency be expanded in a lay Board of Education. The MEC has made its recommendation. The legislature has had this same recommendation made by some of its own study groups. There should be a lay Board of Education directly responsible to the people for improved education programs and policies. The Secretary of State, the Attorney General, should not be a part of the State Board of Education. The responsibilities of their own office demand a full-time man in that area, and the duties of professional educational planning should be the responsibility of a board either elected or appointed on staggered terms as to almost equal the value of popular election, whose responsibility it would be to lead us to higher standards and levels of educational excellence. This would be one area where I would recommend a change in the Office of Secretary of State by removal of some functions. We need simply to align our state services in all areas in a more realistic manner, and this is only one of the recommendations I would make in this regard. Within the Office of Secretary of State itself, there are some areas of needed improvement and coordination. One, as an example, would be a closer relationship between the corporate and the securities division. No corporation can do business in the state of Mississippi when it has not qualified with the Secretary of State's office in the corporate division. No sale of stocks or other investments can take place in Mississippi unless they and the salesmen or brokers are qualified or exempt by law as conducted and administered by and through the Secretary of State's office. At this point, there is not the degree of internal and functional coordination between these divisions of the office that should be found. This should be corrected, and I would work to accomplish this as Secretary of State. If any corporation is going to establish a business in Mississippi and sells its securities to Mississippians, there needs to be a protected coordination between the two areas of the same state office that relates to corporations and security sales. The welfare of the purchasing public demands this. This law is clearly there present for this coordination. Third, about keeping the records of the cases in progress in court. Initially, I would indicate that the Supreme Court clerk now serves as a point of central and permanent information relative to all cases in the Mississippi Supreme Court. There is no other place where cases are recorded that come before that court in our state. As far as the circuit clerks and chancery clerks reporting all cases to the Secretary of State's office, I would certainly see no problem with this being done. All the 82 counties have the docket books that reflect this information at this time, and they are all prepared docket setting sheets for local attorneys and judges of respective districts in the state. These materials could be forwarded to the Secretary of State's office for a point of central record keeping was very similar to the filing for the Malta County Uniform Commercial Code that is now the practice. Certainly this would be a valuable point to learn of the total legal activity in the state of Mississippi and would give us a central point from which the state could evaluate the judicial process relative to time between filing and settlement by agreement or by court order or by jury verdict. This could also serve as a means of evaluating the process of legal workload on the courts in the state of Mississippi. Yes, I can see the value in this recommendation and would not be opposed to it at all. It could serve as a means of assistance to all persons concerned with matters of this nature: attorneys, prospective purchasers in good faith, banks, lenders, collectors, homeowners, public interest groups, and others. The information would be collected from various counties and forwarded to the Secretary of State's office for a compilation, record keeping. Modern systems of information maintenance would prevent this from being a major problem, and could be accomplished. To implement this program and others, it would, however, require the action of the legislature. I would help in any way possible. Your letter, you did not mention the county courts or the Justice of Peace Court. Some consideration should also be given to these courts in the same project because of the very nature of their actions, also affecting the lives of those persons involved in equal measure to the circuit and chancery courts. I am opposed to this guy already. If I have
We are too.
Well, Tom, you know you're wasting a lot of time giving us a course in constitutional history. And we ain't gonna get
abiding by the wishes of the board.
We ain't gonna get no credit hours for it. I think you ought to drop it.
I'm ready to cut it off at this point. I've heard more than enough.
Number three? Haven't you just completed question number 3?
Yeah, this is about down
Well,
to
let's,
I tell you, he's impressed with himself.
Well, I will entertain a suggestion that we stop reading his answers to the questions.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
You know, what this guy did was write an essay on constitutional history.
Well, to begin with, as Brother Jackson mentioned, Heber Ladner has always been a good friend of ours, and I don't think we'll ever find anybody that cooperates with us any better than he has in the office. And, like he said, if we can't, endorse Heber Ladner for, say, the re-election Secretary of State, we're getting in pretty bad shape.
Right.
You know, if we had a contest between two new candidates, and I could see he spent a lot of time on this dissertation that, he's been reading, but, I really think it's a waste of all of our time.
Did he say he had a PhD?
He hadn't got that.
You know what that means, pile higher and deeper.
Claude brought up a good point. Claude brought up a
We
good
just by
point.
unanimous consent, we've agreed to stop reading that.
I just don't want y'all to cut him short. Any man that can have 5 kids in 6 years ain't no slouch. And do all that traveling too that he's been doing.
Y'all don't do nothing else during this whole next 3 days other than relieve me from that. I appreciate it.
Right, what do you want to do about the Secretary of State?
I make a motion we, support Heber Ladner.
I second the motion.
All right, you got the
Tom,
motion.
write him back a
Second.
73-page letter, gentlemen, appreciate it, he was a good candidate. 73 pages anyway.
Well, there's more to come yet, y'all ain't heard you, you just getting started.
Do you want to fill out an evaluation sheet on it? Just
No.
unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of the committee.
Amen. Praise
The
the
motion
Lord.
is
Pass
that
the
we
pick.
endorse Heber Ladner for re-election as Secretary of State. We having a discussion.
Under discussion, I wanna make a comment.
All right.
There's one thing that, we get out of that Secretary of State's office that's very important to my particular union. Other unions may not operate that way. That would make one big difference if somebody got in that office that would no longer supply it to you. When we get involved in an organizing campaign, if we want a copy of a charter of that company, we can get it by just calling Tom or Claude, and they call somebody over there, and the next day I got the thing in the mail showing who the officers are and who incorporated it and the whole thing. which gives us a lot of ammunition in our organizing campaign. You get the wrong man in office, and if you didn't give him the exact title of the company, he'd probably look and say, we ain't got it, or I can't find it, or... But Heber Ladner's office, that we've got, I guess Tom McCall's got a half a dozen of them things in the last year for us. It's been very important.
Well, he's been very cooperative, with this, organization down
It
through
shows
the
the
years.
incorporators, and it shows, who and where they live, and on what basis it was granted, and how much money is involved, and the whole works.
I just don't think that we could get any better cooperation out of the office myself. That's the way I think I feel about it.
Now, when Tom said that you had to straddle two secretaries, that's the job I need.
I knew Orman would go to Ladner's office immediately on adjournment.
I wanted to make that point, Claude, because it's important to our particular union, and it could be to others if they want to use it.
It's important to everybody, it's not just your union.
Curtis keeps forgetting he's on.
But all I have to do is pick up the telephone, and if we got a problem and he can help work it out, he's there.
Right.
You're just not gonna get any better cooperation.
I'll tell you this, going back a ways, Tom would remember this, more than 20 years ago, Heber Ladner was Secretary of State, and we needed some specific information on how to form a non-profit corporation to own union property under the laws of Mississippi. And at that time, labor didn't have a very good image in this state, and there wasn't very many halls owned by unions. Me and Tom went to the Secretary of State's office. He assigned a man to go through their files and find one that would fit what we want and give us a copy of it. You remember it, Tom? And we've got 12 corporations in the state now, and they're all based on the information that he gives us. He didn't have to do that. So if we can't,
Yeah, and
you
he
can't
would,
beat that.
yeah, well, you know.
Did we done vote on that?
Yeah.
And he knew it.
We haven't voted yet. We have any more discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to endorse Heber Ladner signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now we come to a good one, the Attorney General. The present Attorney General hasn't qualified with the Secretary of State. Coxey Hall, the Republican, has. Tom Maness, the Democrat, a Democrat from Meridian, has qualified.
You better pronounce his name right. It's Manise.
Manise.
And not Maness.
Not Maness. I've been in a mess of trouble calling him that. I have talked with the Attorney General's office this morning. Mr. Flavis Lambert, the former senator, who many of you know, who has worked with us real well in the last several years in several different areas, is on the payroll of the Attorney General, and he assumed the responsibility of getting Al Summers' questionnaire over here. I don't know what happened to him, we haven't got it. And I've created quite a stir in his office this morning when I called him and advised him, made an inquiry about what had happened to his answers to our questions. I talked to Mr. W.D. Coleman before this meeting convened here this morning. That was him paged me before the meeting started. And they had trouble locating the questionnaire. Apparently Flavors had it with him somewhere. We don't know where Flavors got off to. But
He might be in the street.
I told Mr. Coleman the situation, and that Mr. Dees would be picking up this information in the Secretary of State's office during a noon hour. And if they could get it over, and he'd bring it with him, but apparently they couldn't. I understand they've sent somebody to the office to get another questionnaire. And I feel reasonably sure that we'll have his answers now, you know, before tomorrow, if we do what we said last night we'd do. Now, another part of the problem is that Totsie Hall Smith, the Republican, just recently qualified. I don't think we've got anything out to him, have we, Tom?
No, we got it reply.
From Hall? Well, it's Manise then. Manise is the guy I'm thinking. Manise just announced he was gonna qualify 2 days ago. About Monday. So we haven't had an opportunity to get the information over to him. And, you know, in view of that situation, I suggest we pass the Attorney General situation till, tomorrow afternoon, or whenever we gonna get into some of these other things. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
We
fine.
pass that one?
It don't sound like we got much of a choice, no
Right,
man.
right. We got problems, haven't we?
Excuse me, just a minute,
Yeah.
Brother Dees, don't forget your 255 thing at the airport.
Yeah, and you see if you can get out lost of that guy too while you're going out to pick up Dan Powell.
Lord God.
What do you want me to hand around, take up a little money to get some bourbon with, and just get him drunk and I get back here?
No, don't wait
When you
till
come,
bourbon
when
on
you
it.
come to the interstate, turn north and the place is south.
This off Hattiesburg with
Well, or turn north on 20.
No, put him north, we don't need
Came
it.
back
Or
to
east, I
Memphis.
mean, east.
Came back to Memphis.
What's the next one?
Next is State Treasurer. Now we've got another complicated situation. We've got several candidates that have announced for the office. And as of 10 o'clock this morning, only Ed Pittman had qualified for the Secretary of State. The candidates that we know that have announced their intentions to run, in addition to Ed Pittman, and this is one of those positions, I'm sure all of you remember this, the state treasurer cannot succeed him or herself for office. You have to fill it every 4 years. We've got, let me see, we've got Bill Caraway, a former state senator from Leland, running. Ed Pittman, a former state senator from Hattiesburg, running. Doxy Fisher, who is presently serving as the motor comptroller, I believe. Ain't that his official position? Appointed by Bill Wallace. I think, how many of those people have answered our question there? All three of them?
Well, we got Caraway, we got Fisher, we got,
Got a Republican in that one too, I know. You got a Republican, he hasn't qualified.
Jack Amos,
Jack Amos, that's a Republican.
Gray Jackson.
Ain't he a Republican too?
Yeah, we got two Republicans.
The Republicans gonna have a contest.
Doxy Fisher's got all the money in the world, I never saw so many billboards between years, even
I thought we got
in a
ten.
vacant lot across the mall.
Yeah, we got
got
all.
one up.
Yeah, got Pittman.
Just a minute.
10 cars a day go by.
That's that super bathtub magnet.
And,
I mean, them big fancy ones, big as this damn room.
Biggest ran out.
that Fulton here last night.
Was he?
98, here, where you look.
John, how about George Dale? Is
He got kidnapped,
Have we wrote Dale? Dale just recently qualified. At least he recently announced he ain't qualified.
Y'all will be-
6, 7 more we ain't heard about by tomorrow at 5
You mean Tool
o'clock.
Waller's
Seven
being
o'clock.
in that race, huh? That Tool Bill Waller's beat.
Yeah, sure.
Just George Dale seemed like about the best guy Bill Waller had around.
No, wait a minute, George Dale runs for Insurance Commission.
Yeah, he's in,
Insurance Commission, that's who George Dale runs.
Yeah,
that
that's
is
who,
important.
that's
But
who
second,
Billy
but-
Fulton,
but the
that's
trade-
what he runs.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I've
Yeah, you got him.
We
You got
got,
him.
Fisher, we got Amos, we got Gray Jackson, we got Pittman, and we got, Caraway.
And that's the, what, you got 2 Republicans and 3
Two
Democrats?
Republicans and 3 Democrats.
We'll see how we take position in that.
Well, in the case, in that situation, then, if you
Look
got
like
2
a September
Republicans, that means you'll
discussion.
have a Republican primary.
Right, well, and a Democratic primary too,
And
so.
of course, the people voting in that Republican primary can't vote on anything except that. That's gonna be an
We don't have any
situation.
incumbents, that's what.
They can't vote in the rest of the Democratic
The
primary.
Republicans qualified.
Then we'll have the nominee of the 2 parties and make a
Yeah,
choice
right.
between 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, all this is liable to change, before tomorrow. Like she says, the thing that's gonna count is the ones that have actually qualified for the Secretary.
That's true, that's true.
Well, the picture, you can rule him out.
I just move that we do this one like the governor and lieutenant
Tell 'em
governor,
in
we take them back up
September.
to
Yeah,
September.
party nominee.
Well, before we do that, I think we ought to, talk about some of these candidates. There's a little information here, especially about Doxy Fisher, that I think you ought to hear from, perhaps Brother Turner, maybe 1 or 2 more of you might be a little familiar with that. He runs an open shop operation and, business, and, I think we gotta make sure that our people don't make a mistake and fall for some of his propaganda. We've got, several good candidates in the race. Bill Caraway hasn't been a bad senator. he come over and had a discussion with Tom and I, as we had to do this really to get him off my neck. He insisted he wanted to come over and talk with us, and in the course of that discussion, assured us that he wasn't trying to use this as a stepping stone for a future office. He wasn't too bad as a senator. I'll have to say this for Bill Caraway. The problem with Bill Caraway centered around the fact that he was also executive director of the Municipal Association, the mayor's organization. And he got involved on a couple occasions on the side of some issues contradictory to our position because of that position. But he let us know in no uncertain terms, but that as far as he was concerned and so forth in the Secretary of State's office, that he was going to run it like it ought to be. I thought you ought to be privy to that bit of information. And Ed Pittman has called several times. He called yesterday morning, the last time. And he's very anxious to get this organization's endorsement. Now, he ran for governor 4 years ago, as most of you know. And he was among the three candidates we said we could live with that time. He's got a kind of a spotted record as a member of the Senate, part good and part bad. The main problem we had with Pittman when he was in the Senate was over the bill he introduced that would have prohibited strikes by public employees. That bill provided and made no provision for resolving disputes or anything. Just simply said it would be illegal for public employees to get involved in a strike. And of course that bill was able to kill it in committee during a couple of sessions, but if they got it out of committee there when I had that long siege of the flu, and when I got back it was on the calendar. And it come up for a vote. And this is where Bill Bergen from Columbus, in my opinion, come through as a real friend of the labor movement. Bill Bergen led the fight on the floor of the Senate to defeat this bill. This bill was defeated on a roll call vote on the floor of the Mississippi Senate, you know, and it was Pittman's bill. You know, knowing all this stuff, I think it's going to be pretty hard for the labor movement to support a guy with this kind of a record. This is what I'm really trying to say.
Well, and he's always been in the pockets of the rich, Claude. He's from
probably owned
Hattiesburg,
by
and I
Joe
know him
Taylor.
personally. And as long as Harvey West lived, Harvey West controlled him. When Johnson was governor, Harvey West had the business of hauling all the liquor that was hauled in the state, and he made another $5 million before he died, and Pittman was right in there with him. So I wouldn't vote for him for dog catcher.
Right, that is the information that I wanted to share with you. Now, this position again will be filled in the general election. You know, again, you'll have a choice in September on who you want to support, the Republican or the Democrat. But in view of the fact that you got several candidates for treasurer and the primary, I thought you ought to be privy of the information, number one, about Doxy Fisher. The fact that he's been running an open shop operation. Speak that out a few minutes, will you, Louis?
For the benefit of y'all don't know Dr. Fisher, what kind of business he's in, the swimming pool business construction. And I've been trying to get him organized ever since he's been in business. And he tells me he don't want to have anything to do with organized labor before he's running his business, tell him how to run his business. And so therefore, he pays anywhere from $1.50 to $3 under the wedge scale. When the pouring a swimming pool, the cement then comes under the jurisdiction of the cement mason. And after you pour it and leave it over and go back and finish, comes under the jurisdiction of the plaster. And he was paying no fellow with finish no pool. That was anywhere from $3 to $3.25 an hour. And the plaster scale is $6 an hour. And he just refused to sign a contract. He didn't want no part of labor telling him how to run his business.
One other thing about Fisher is motor vehicle controller. if you're a big company, I don't care how much your damn truck weighs, they'll go across them scales 'cause they pass the word down and they grease his hand every day.
He's got a lot of money out of that office, he's got to, he's got billboards all over the state, he's getting money
I
from
know.
somewhere to put 'em up, ain't
Some
he?
poor old guy trying to make a living with a truck full in there, they'll pull
Yeah.
him over and he's tied up for about, till they get through with him in court. But if you're a big company, you go right on by.
Well, you think Caraway is the best mason?
I'd say out of the three we're talking about, that's Pittman, Fisher, and Caraway. Yes, I'd say Caraway, from our point of view, is the best bet, right?
They all three have qualified?
No, only Pittman's qualified. They've all announced. It's another one of them cockeyed situations.
We're gonna have to wait sure till tomorrow evening then.
Well, you wanna handle that the same way, pass that one?
You don't have to.
All right, okay.
I
Auditor
wouldn't
of
be
Public
for that.
Accounts
I'd
will
be
be the
opposed.
next
But
one.
if we can't endorse Caraway, we
No.
don't do nothing.
That's
you
right.
know?
Charles, this Caraway, is he the mayor of Lumberton?
No, that's a different Caraway.
No, that's
This-
a
That's Bobby
Talking about
Caraway.
Bobby, right. This one is, former mayor of Leland, he was in the Senate for several
Caraway.
terms, he
Bobby
was
Caraway.
executive secretary of the Municipal Association.
Yeah, that's.
He's not a bad guy, Bill, and he's about, he's in his, I'd say early sixties, and, he's don't have any ambitions to use this office as stepping stone. Doxy Fisher and Ed Pittman want to be treasurer of the state in order they can use that to move up and run for lieutenant governor or governor. You know.
Caraway, he kept John Bell from running for that office.
It, Caraway really out of the ones we're talking about, from our point of view, would be, you know, the best bet.
Of course, John Dale.
In reality, the state treasurer possession doesn't concern us all that much. It's a matter of
Yeah, I was-
proper investment of money.
I
you
was
know.
just sitting here trying to think of
Right.
how they involve us at all.
Right.
They handle the state's funds. but- yeah.
It's the financial affairs and
Yeah.
how they invest the state's money and things of that kind. Now, if you wanna pass that one and perhaps deal with it later, is that the way you wanna do it?
Yeah, I would suggest.
Okay. Hamp King, the incumbent auditor, up to this point, as far as we know, does not have an opponent.
And we have no response.
No response, and he hasn't answered our communication. We'll pass
Figure you don't
Hamp
have
King
to.
then.
Ain't nobody can beat him those ways, so they'll leave.
What's your next office?
Superintendent of Education. Superintendent, there's the man from Greenville. We now start talking about Buddy Newman.
All right.
Where you at?
The next one is the Superintendent of Education. Now, the candidates that have qualified for Secretary, with the Secretary of State's office, Lamar Fortenberry from Canton and Charles Holliday from Tupelo. Mr. Duckworth with MTA has announced his intention of running, but he hasn't yet qualified with the Secretary of State. Garvin Johnson, the incumbent State Superintendent of Education, of course, is not running for re-election. So there, you will be electing a new man to this position this time. Now, the Executive Committee last night, in kicking some of these things around, come to this kind of a conclusion. We felt it would perhaps be wise to consult with the leadership of the American Federation of Teachers Union before we make a formal recommendation in this area. We thought that Betty Nelson, that she'll be in the meeting tomorrow, the State Cope Committee meeting. We'd hope to perhaps get her in here this afternoon if she gets here in time. She hadn't showed yet, has she, Russell?
Let me go check, that's what I put.
Yeah.
No, she won't be here till 7:30.
Is that right?
No, I'm just saying that, go check.
You want what's going
yeah.
on in the company?
Tom, how many answers have we got?
Got three?
They're all three there? Tom's got the answers from all three candidates, so if you'd like, we can listen to that and get that part of out of the way and wait till Betty and them get you. This'll save some time.
There's a question there, is I hope we've got enough to go around. It's a little more lengthy than the others. We hadn't got enough to go around, while somebody can look on with somebody
secure that,
Mr. Thompson,
Yeah, he's retired.
For the state secretary.
He's not running for reelection.
Provide me.
Damn shame too, he was a good one. Does he take him wrong? I'll read the question, he'll read the answer. That is, if he's answered them in order.
Education must present all areas of facts that relate to the growth and development of our state and country. This will include the provisions for educating all students in this state. The need to have both labor and management fairly presented is quite evident as we work together for the growth and development of a stronger and more sound state in which to live. I believe this can be done for the benefit of all concerned.
But she didn't answer the question.
No.
He traveled the hell out of that.
He sure did.
Number 2, is that it?
Yeah.
In recent years, attempts have been made by certain groups to censor textbooks in Mississippi. Apparently, these groups would rewrite the history books and eliminate the significance of collective bargaining in our free society. What is your position on this subject?
Mississippi schools must present in a fair and equitable manner facts and historic events as they relate to the growth and development of labor, business, management in this state and country. I would not approve of the rewriting of the history books to eliminate any significant contribution made by organizations in this state.
Number 3,
He didn't say who was gonna determine.
No, it's
Hmm?
holiday.
for all 3 counties?
Y'all making some notes on your question there.
You better believe it.
Make note there and indicate this is holiday.
What was number 2? Was it yes or no?
Well, you know, it's kind of a blob.
But he didn't say no, so you have to give him a fair no. Had to give him,
We want to continue?
drive on.
Number 3, it's been suggested by Ms. Phillips, we might ought to read the question and then the answer from all, the different answers from each of the 3 candidates. You might.
That's gonna go through it 3 times.
Want to do it that way?
I sure do. That cuts down a little on it.
All right, then,
We'll back up.
we'll let Mr. Knight, who's the next
They're gonna
candidate?
read the question and give.
Gonna
all
make
3
some
answers
notes
from all
on this,
candidates. Reading the question 3
Mr.
times.
Ducksworth,
This
C.J.
is- You
Ducksworth.
got a holiday, now make your note down there, holiday, Ducksworth, Duckworth,
But aren't we going to have to go back through all of these in the school?
Duckworth.
Number 1 was no on holiday.
and, what's the other name? Fortenberry, Lamar Fortenberry.
We've now got Ducksworth.
Gonna read Duckworth answers to number 1.
Right. Collective bargaining is a vital issue. I support it to the hilt. Number 2, our state can never reach its potential until it is adequately informed of what affects our livelihood. Our extension upward is stymied without information that should be given to our youth and the general public through books.
That's number 2.
Yeah.
They get Fortenberry on 1 and 2.
Number 3, definitely yes. I favor the
Whoop,
extension.
whoop,
You
whoop.
gonna give us
We gonna
Fortenberry
get
on 1 and 2.
Fortenberry.
Well, we had already gone to 3. Number 3 was
No,
holiday.
You ain't give us Fortenberry's
That's
answer.
holiday, give us Fortenberry.
One at a time, okay.
Then we'll start it with 3 and get all 3 of them, one behind the
All
other.
right.
This'll be Fortenberry on 1 and then Fortenberry on 2.
It is not presently my intention to speak out either way.
Labor in Mississippi.
Number 3,
Mr.
holiday. There is a need for an agency to help mediate and work with the opportunities and problems that arise in the labor field. I am aware that Mississippi does not have such a department at the present time, but I believe that with the growth and development that we can expect in this state, this will be an asset to the state government. Holiday. Ducksworth. Yes, I favor the establishment of the Department of Labor in Mississippi. Fortenberry. I have not given much thought to this matter, but on the surface it seems like an awfully good idea. I think I would support the idea.
Number 4, would you support legislation to establish rigid enforcement of child labor laws in Mississippi?
Holiday. I support the enforcement of the child labor law as we now have them in our state, and also the federal law. One of the problems that those of us in education must face is the need for training young people to work. This is probably more important today than it has been in a long time, and must be faced by those of us who are concerned with the future of our country. It is very difficult to wait until a child is grown and then expect him to have good work habits, etc., that are necessary for productive work. Ducksworth. A child labor law is very important. With reference to the rigid enforcement, I wish not to comment on it at this time, since the state is not yet heavily industrialized and we still have many small farms. Fortenberry. Yes.
Fortenberry's doing all right, ain't
Question number 5. According to recent reports and surveys, thousands of children drop out of school each year. These reports also indicate that less than half of those children who do enroll finish high school. Many adults in the state are unemployable because they do not have sufficient education to hold a job. If this situation is corrected, it would appear that a compulsory school attendance law must be enacted. Question: are you in favor of such a law?
Holiday. I favor a compulsory attendance law for school children of our state. Ducksworth. I have supported compulsory school attendance for 20 years. Fortenberry. I prefer a school attendance law and appropriation that would provide paid attendance counselors who would seek to remove causes keeping children from school. A compulsory school attendance law doesn't go far enough. Our own law, repealed 1956, left us with over 30,000 illiterates above the age of 25.
Because it wasn't enforced.
And what?
Yeah, it left us with it because it didn't have no enforcement on it.
Oh, yeah, right. Number 6. In spite of the fact that the 1975 session of the legislature gave school teachers a considerable increase in salary, inequity still exists. Crowded classrooms are common and many other educational facilities are inadequate. Obviously, these matters will have to be dealt with and improved if our children are to receive quality education. State and local officials are hard-pressed to find the needed revenue. Many educators feel the answer is federal aid with local control. Question: what is your position on this question?
Holiday. I believe that one of the answers to a more adequate financial system for public education is to have federal aid with local control. Ducksworth. Mississippi teachers should be paid much better than they are now, and better than they will be paid in 1975-76. How much is debatable. Fortenberry. I am strongly in favor of federal aid to education with local control. Wait a minute, wait just a minute now. Let me see what.
Question 6.
Yeah, wait a minute. I quit too quick on Ducksworth. Let me go back. Much more. How much is debatable? I believe that grades 1 to 3 should be comprised of no more than 22 students per teacher, and no grade through the 8 should have more than 25 students per teacher. Subjects such as mathematics in the high school should be much lower than those of the social science. Federal aid is a must to be equal and justly administered. I believe the federal government should hold the line on the purse strings with a minimum of autonomy. Our physical plants have too many mobile units. Some buildings need to be raised.
About destroyed, I guess, ain't it?
Yeah.
Is that it?
That is it.
All right. Number 7. Several studies have been made in the state recently concerning the educational needs of Mississippi. These studies indicate that there is much room for improvement in all of our institutions of learning. Recent figures released by the U.S. Department of Labor indicate that a considerable number of Mississippi's families are plan to deal with these problems.
Holiday, I will work to improve and extend the basic literacy training for adults who will profit from this program. The extension and development of the Manpower program will be utilized to the maximum capacity in our state. Ducksworth, I tend to agree that qualified persons with sufficient education are limited, especially those persons who attend the formerly all-black institutions. I will seek federal funds to call together business leaders, educators, administrators, and teachers, in parentheses, labor leaders, men of medicine, law, etc., find a solution to the state's problem and to make recommendations to cure the ill. Hortonberry. I plan to encourage strongly a full program of training for adults in every school district, including basic education, program for the handicapped, and vocational tech training.
That it? Everybody got that? Number 8. What plans do you have to improve vocational training in the high schools?
Holiday. The vocational training programs in our high school will need to have the quality of instruction improved and upgraded to more nearly meet the needs of children. This is such a young program that many of our instructors qualified by training on the job were not qualified in the fullest extent to teach their training area. The use of in-service programs, college courses, to upgrade these instructors will provide a more adequately staffed vocational training program in our state. Ducksworth. To improve vocational training entails hiring instructors in the system that can do the job, not simply theorize. Hortonberry. Every school district should have a full career education program for all interested students and adults, and this should be articulated with the junior college programs leading to advanced accomplishment. I will strongly support this program.
Number 9. Do you have any plans to work with the Research and Development Center or the Governor's Office of Training to improve all phases of education?
Holiday. I have had many opportunities to work with the R&D Center and the Governor's Office of Training to improve education, and will continue to work with all agencies for the purpose of improving education in our state. Ducksworth. I will work closely with the Governor's Office of Training and the Research and Development Center. I should find out what they have and proceed from there. Hortonberry. One of the duties of the state superintendent is to make available to the public factual information on educational issues, both good and bad. I most certainly will use the R&D Center, universities, etc. to help me with this duty.
Might ought to comment just a half a minute on that question. Since some of you are not familiar with it. The Governor's Office of Education and Training we're talking about is the office that Dr. Milton Baxter holds. It's a thing that's been created by executive order of the governor when the Congress restructured the MDTA programs and all of these manpower training programs, OEO and what have you, went into this thing it's known as CETA, the Concentrated Employment Training Programs. All of this money now is channeled through this office. We've had quite a debate. Some of you might have read some about this debate in the last session of the legislature, where Dr. Baxter, according to Bill Bergen and a few other people, was not spending some of these monies in areas where there was a lot of unemployment. You know, it's called the Governor's Office of Education and Training. Now, obviously, there's a conflict between this office created by executive order and the Department of Education. And those of us that been, you know, serve on these vocational education advisory committees and also on the CETA advisory thing can see all of this conflict out there. That's the reason for the question. In order to get the best job done possible, the State Department of Education and the Governor's Office of Education and Training must work very closely together. That's the reason for the question. Okay? All right, you ready for the next one? Number 10. There are those in our state who do not believe in public education, and efforts have been made in the past to destroy our public school system. If elected state superintendent of education, will you use the influence of your office to maintain and improve public education in Mississippi?
Holiday. If I am elected state superintendent of education, I will use my influence in this office to maintain and improve public education in Mississippi. Ducksworth. No one deserves the office of state superintendent who stands idly by and sees it tarnished and or destroyed. If elected state superintendent of education, I will cope with this situation by putting on the state staff men and women who believe public school education is the state's salvation and who will with vigor stress this to all state school employees. Fortenberry. My whole adult life has been involved in the maintenance and improvement of public education. The remainder of my life will be so dedicated. I am disturbed by what the National Assessment has to say about our present results. I want to be the state superintendent of education because I believe I can effect some changes in education in our state that will improve the quality of our educational product.
Isn't that the cat that's got his kids in private schools?
Right.
Asking that question, though, to people running for superintendent of education is asking, just like asking a hog that he loves slop.
Give Mr. Orman credit. He'll find something there, I'm sure. That is basically the situation, really. It's a little bit hard for me to understand a man that's got his kids in private schools wanting to be superintendent of public education. But apparently he's got his reasons. Now, what do you wish to do? Obviously, I think what you've got here is that you must, one of the three guys will perhaps be the next superintendent of education. And obviously, based on the questions and what have you and the information at hand, it's going to come down to, I think, between Holiday and Ducksworth.
I hope so.
I think that's where we are. And if anybody differs with that, I'd like to know about it. Now, what, let's see if we can get Bob Woodson to comment on this for about a half a minute. Bob, what is your experience been with Mr. Duckworth?
Well, my experience with Duckworth has been good, except he is
Have
not-
your attention a minute. I've asked Bob to give us the benefit of his wisdom and tell us what his experience has
I
been
think
with C.D.
we've had some differences in reference to our positions on MTA and AFT.
Right.
And of course, I can understand that, his position, and if, we eliminate, MTA, then there's no need for Duckworth to be executive secretary. But, that's a personal economic interest there, and I maybe would have the same thought if I had his job. But other than that, I think he's a fine man.
Joe, you finished, Bob?
Mhm.
Joe, as a resident of Tupelo, you and Mr. Underwood should have some knowledge of Mr. Holliday, and perhaps maybe some of the rest of you up in that neck of the woods. What do you know about Mr. Holliday?
I've met the guy several, been on different committees and this type of thing. He's a heck of a nice guy, just an average, type guy. Now, I talked to him, he came up to my office one day and talking about this same thing. We'd have a difference on the teacher organizing.
Yeah.
The way he answered my question when I asked him what his position was, he said, I wish it wasn't to the point that these teachers felt like they had to belong to a union to get what they rightfully deserved, which I thought was a pretty good answer,
Right.
He has been the superintendent of the Tupelo school system for a number of years, and the Tupelo teachers is highly paid above, I think they rank something like 4 or 5 in the state. I thought he did a real good job, him and some more people, on the integration thing back 10, 12 years ago.
Right.
I don't know, what kind of job he do here, I don't know. I think, it's my understanding that they are paying him more in Tupelo, money-wise, than he would get out of this job. So I don't really know why,
Well, I've
might
had
be
some
something there.
experiences with him myself, but I wanted to find out what you and Howard both knew about him, what your experience has been with him in Tupelo. Howard, what's your knowledge of this gentleman?
I really couldn't add much to what Joe said. My relations with him been limited.
Well, I been knowing him for several years myself. I served on this super duper committee the governor set up here last year. He studied the problems of education and wound up on a subcommittee with Holliday. And I frankly was pretty well impressed with his ability and dedication to the public education system, and his willingness to deal with such things as a screwed up school district situation. He and I were on the subcommittee that dealt with that. He perhaps has got the support of the incumbent administration. I'm not too sure about this, but this is what I think you got. There's been some flack in the Jackson area in recent weeks from Lucius Turner, the AFT, the president of the AFT local here. It seems that some of the people in the Jackson school system was unduly harassing people for contributions to Holliday for his campaign. I think perhaps these are the kind of things that the committee wanted to hear from AFT on, to find out their views in this area. But don't you agree that in final analysis we have a choice to make between Holliday and Duckworth? Ain't that where we are?
That's it.
Yeah.
Can we leave it at this point then, as soon as we can get Betty Nelson or somebody that can speak with authority from AFT, that we put this one on the table until we can have that consultation?
I so moved.
You so move.
Second.
And the next question, is when we can get this board back together, ain't it?
Let me ask one
Well, we
question.
already scheduled to meet Friday and tomorrow night.
Well, we're gonna talk about that in a few minutes.
Let me ask, Bob maybe can tell me, is Duckworth, I get the impression the way he answered those, questions that he just agreed to everything. Is this the type of man he is, or?
Yeah, I think Duckworth, I think he thinks in terms like, most of us think. Like I say, my only difference has been with him is on the AFT, and that was because of the fact he don't really understand that you can still have MTA and BAFT too. He thinks to BAFT, you eliminate MTA, and he said one is a professional organization and the other is more of a different type of organization. And I told him the difference was that AFT was an organization designed for collective bargaining. And of course, MTA was just an organization designed primarily for professional associates that includes the administrators. And so, I think his big problem with that was just that he didn't know what AFT was all about. But my major difference with him has been in that area. And of course, other things that we've been involved in, we've been able to get his help.
Well, I've had similar experiences. I've been knowing Duckworth a long time myself, and I've been, been involved in different projects with him. And for instance, back in the '68 presidential election, I well remember that he was a strong supporter of Hubert Humphrey, and I was in several meetings with him. I know he made several contributions, financial contributions to support Hubert Humphrey. I kid him all the time. I run into him when the legislature's in session quite often. And I told him something like this when I run into him. I said, well, before all this is over with, you're going to wind up with AFT. That's what I kept telling Duxbury. I said, you ain't got no business over here with MEA. You're going to wind up my corner before it's all over with, Of course, he'd laugh. The last time I mentioned it to him, he says, you might well be right, Well, now they've merged. If AFT hasn't accomplished anything else, at least, they've brought about a merger of these two separate organizations. That's in the mill, and I think that perhaps AFT is largely responsible for that. Now, when they get merged, it's not going to change things too much. Maybe some of you are not aware of this. I'll mention in case you're not. MEA and MTA is tantamount to a company union. These two organizations are both dominated by administrators. Policy of the organization is run to benefit the principals and people like that. The rank and file teachers get a crumb every once in a while. That's objections to MEA or the merged organization, whatever it'll be called. And that's the reason AFT's been organized to represent the rank and file school teachers. And of course, they're growing rather rapidly in our state. We now have how many locals affiliated?
About 14, 13 affiliated. They got about 16.
And they're chartering a new one tonight. They're having a meeting out at Holiday Inn West. They'll be issuing a charter of the Hinds County School system tonight. Hopefully I can get by there. That's the situation. Yeah.
You want to take a coffee break? You want some hot coffee brought in here? Some more coke?
I'm going to have to leave at 3.
It's about 3. Let's take a look at what else we got to do. If he's got to leave at 3, and everybody else got to leave?
I got to leave before too long.
And everybody is going to be leaving before too long, I'm afraid. Let's hold off on the coffee, man, and we'll see. Let's take a look at what we got left. What have we got left?
Insurance, I know it's something I'm running.
Insurance commissioner.
I know Miss Johnny voted for
You quit at 5, don't you, Jake?
Today I am, we agreed to meet tomorrow night. We met last
I
night.
recommend him for Secretary of Work.
We got,
Executive committee.
For you to be executive committee meetings.
as far as I know, the next one on my list, and that don't show up on the Secretary of State's office. There's nobody qualified yet for Commissioner of Agriculture, but to the best of my knowledge, Jim Buck won't have an opponent. There's nobody announced an opposition to it. The next one is Land Commissioner, and there's several candidates running for that one. And after that, Commissioner of Insurance, and I believe that's all of the statewide positions. Now, then the next question is whether or not this committee wants to get into the district situation, leave that up to the caucus of the delegates, and provide Mr. Kelly and Mr. Orman and who was the other, Mr. Tucker, with what information do we have.
I believe the district caucuses ought to have a district office.
So you think we ought to only deal here this afternoon?
Statewide, yes.
All right, so that brings us down to the Land Commissioner.
I agree with you.
and then the Commissioner of Insurance, and we will be through evaluating, the statewide situation. Now, what's your pleasure? You want to continue on?
It'll take but a few more minutes, right?
I don't think so, but we do have quite a few candidates for these two positions.
Land commissioner.
There's some coffee over here. Some of you wanna get up and stretch a
Is the
minute.
guy in there now that we endorsed for a number of years as land commissioner?
No.
Huh?
No.
What?
Who's land commissioner now?
What, Carter? He's not running for re-election. You got a wide open situation.
Of course, Commissioner Insurance is being vacated.
Yeah, you got two wide open spots, Land Commission and the Commissioner of Insurance. Evelyn Gann is the present Commissioner of Insurance. She's running for Lieutenant Governor, as you know. And we got a bunch of candidates.
Well, the land commissioner don't really have much bearing on organized labor, the insurance commission does.
Right. Well,
Very important
how many,
fact.
let's take a look at the Land Commissioner. How many we got? We got,
What does it say on that? What kind of information we got?
nobody's qualified here yet.
You got Fred Hammett from Florida, you got Felix Presley from Jackson. You got Roy Miller from Escatawba. And that's the only
Well,
one.
we have got them too. It's over here on the front page.
Who's qualified?
Commissioner of Insurance, Tom Patterson.
Oh,
This
you
is,
said land commissioner.
oh,
Call
land
Land
Commission,
Commission
all right. Land Commission, Fred Hammock in Flora, Homer Sebring, these are Democrats, Jackson, Roy Miller, Escatawba, Roy Clayton, Purdue, Murray Kane, Durant, Felix Presley, Jackson, John Ainsworth, Greenville, Coach L.F. Skin Bodler, Raymond.
What does the land commissioner do?
Keep over state lands.
Well, really, this is one of the positions, and we on record to abolish the thing and combine what duties are left with the Secretary of State.
That was one of Mr. Hand's points.
But the legislature, for reasons of their own, never has seen fit to do it. The position will have to be filled. Now, we supported this Roy Miller. He was active in the labor movement in Pascagoula. He was in the Brick and Clay Union out at H.K. Porter at one time. He was the president of that thing back several years back. And he made a pretty good race based on our recommendations.
Well, why don't we just support him this time, rather than see him
Anybody
as
else
the
been a
15
member of
people that none of us know?
There's been several told
Well,
me they belong to organized.
I wanted to, follow through on a couple of more situations.
Hammett's a druggist.
Felix Presley has called me. He come by the office with this, oddball, what's his name, Andy Sullivan.
That's one of them offers you can do a lot of.
And he indicated to me on the telephone, Mary, that, that his wife was a CWA member and he had to press on me sympathy for the labor movement and all that stuff. Now, did you get a chance to check this out?
I didn't get a chance to talk to Sarah. Now, she can tell me who's scabbed for the last 25 years.
All right.
And
You think she's one of them?
I'm not saying she is. I know that we've had some difficulties with some people she was connected with.
Yeah.
And so, if you want me to, I'll go right now and see if I can call her and check that, because I would like to check on it before.
We got some rather lengthy answers.
Finally got the
He don't
right
show
address.
here. That's
We
one
got
that
the
don't
right
show.
address and it went off, and that's the
Miller's
reason.
returned,
Yeah. Roy Miller says his son, one of his sons, is now president of the Pascagoula Barbers local, Russell, that the president took. I don't know how many more, says one of my sons is president of the local barbers union. And he's a former president of the.
They're not affiliated with this organization either.
let me go out here and see if I can
Yeah.
call her right.
Does anybody know of any Any information here about any of these candidates that they wanna make a pitch now about supporting one of them?
We haven't heard
I
from
don't know
Bowler,
what they could do for
Ainsworth, or
nobody.
Kent.
Huh?
I don't know anything they could do to help or hurt us.
Well,
I hate to put
simply
$300 in one of them guys'
simply a
account.
position to be filled, and,
I mean, why should we
gonna
endorse
give
and
'em more
waste our
money.
money on him?
well, we won't be wasting any money, that's for sure. If we endorse him, we'll write him and tell him he's got our support, but we don't have any money.
But no funds.
We
We'll
didn't
vote
give
for
him
it.
any money before.
No.
But he was on the mail we sent out, and that, got him a lot of votes.
He got in the runoff with
He
Rod
got in the
Carter.
runoff
Rod
based
Carter.
on our support, that's been 8
Nobody
years ago.
outside of Escatawba never heard of him.
Nobody, how many had ever heard of him?
Escatawba didn't even know him neither.
Miller. What'd you say, Kelly?
I said, I lived in Escatawba almost, and I didn't even know him, hell.
Well, you live north of
He run
Escatawba.
a
You still don't know
doggone good
him.
race, let me tell you,
He
man.
didn't have
He
but one
flat
sign
run a
up in
good race.
Mississippi, and that was right next to the Escatawba River Bridge.
Well, the votes he got was based on our support.
There was 4 or 5 candidates in that race, as I recall, and he was in the runoff with Rod Carter.
It was pretty close to the runoff, though.
Well, they was
I don't
voting against
remember,
Rod
seemed
Carter.
like he beat him.
That's right.
Oh, fair,
That's
you know,
right.
an average margin, but Miller
That's
run
all.
a heck of a good
That's
race,
right.
man.
That's running.
Well, the job don't mean a whole lot to us, but a lot of people would like to know who the devil they ought to be voting for in one of these
Let's just put
positions.
Roy Miller down, hell,
Well,
that's.
unless you know of any strong reason to support
Mary's
somebody
gone
else.
to call and check on this CWA situation, wait till she gets back.
Well, Mary is going out to check.
She's gonna have to call
I
now
don't
to
want
see.
but one
Mary-
CWA local after me at the time.
Mary
That's what I'm
seems to
saying.
think that this boy's wife might just, scabbed on a strike situation one time. That's
Was this
her-
Miller?
No, Presley's wife.
Oh, Miller don't even know horse tracks, eh?
Well, if he give her a whipping for it, it'd clear his record.
What,
It'd help you.
Go on,
Look at Carolyn, she really
Did
died.
Tom read your answers yet, all this?
I had one day.
Some
Right.
black people.
Right,
Well,
shoot. Me and Claude can't operate out of 78826 Northwest nohow. We gotta operate out of the bushes somewhere.
I've been wanting to put a strike up down there ever since they taken the last one down.
She worked in the 55 strike, and she worked in 68. And she's a paying member right now.
She has crossed the strike.
Mr. Roy Miller should be the man.
She scabbed on the. see
Two
that
different
picture?
times, she said.
Huh?
That's worse than
Two
scared.
different times. Well, in 55, you know, that was our
Right,
biggie.
right.
She crossed both times,
And
huh?
she, in 68, see, when Western was out in this building downtown, you know, out 2 weeks, see, Western, and her husband did work for Western at one time.
All right.
And she crossed and worked.
Now, I don't know if he was working, he found out to be working at that time, or they'd killed him.
Now, you talking like a machinist now.
I'm talking like Western Electric, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here.
He came by our office and acted like he was the strongest union man.
Well, he had Joe Pierce call me
Yeah.
and asked if we would be sure and interview him, not to miss him, see.
Right.
And I thought as much at the time, but and as I said, you know,
Why didn't you ask him them questions?
well, I didn't see him, so.
Mr. Chairman, I move we do a mail out to Roy, I mean, put his name on the list, there's no money involved, just.
Right.
I'll second it.
Roy Miller.
Unless somebody disagrees, I just don't know nothing about
And
it.
if any question comes up about the situation, that's the reason.
He was discussed.
All right, you wanna, any discussion on that? The motion is that we endorse Roy Miller for Land Commissioner. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried and so ordered.
I'll tell you what,
Well,
We done endorsed Eber Ladner here.
next time y'all send out.
Yeah,
a
we
question,
endorsed
yeah.
Ladner an hour ago, kid.
Yeah,
Where you been?
I tell you what, the next
Check
time.
your
Picket
notes.
line, she's working on that.
Check your
picket
notes.
line.
Hey, Tom, the next time you
I
send
made the
out
motion to do
a
it.
questionnaire to the land commissioner, ask the last question, what does a land commissioner
Do,
do?
that's
No,
right.
we'll just
read
ask
it.
it, the question there will consist of this. Will you devote your time the next 4 years to abolishing this damn law?
Good question.
I'd like to know what they doing too, would you, Kurt?
Yeah, damn right.
Take the vote on that, I don't know what they're doing.
And I'm all messed up.
Insurance.
I'm all messed up.
All right, the insurance commissioner will be, I guess, the next and the last one, at least according to my notes here it is.
Sterling Davis has got the inside track
Where
on
it's
this one.
located.
Say you can buy it, so you can find out what it is.
Let me read you out the names of the candidates that have qualified for this position. Commissioner of Insurance. Tom Patterson, and we're talking about, they're Democrats unless I advise you otherwise. Tom Patterson, Gene Woodrick. Tom Patterson is from Jackson. Gene Woodrick is from Hattiesburg. T.H. Walker is from Charleston Drive, South Haven, North Mississippi. John Emery from Jackson. Sterling Davis, who lists his address as Vicksburg. George Dale, who lists his as Clinton. Now, there's another announced candidate that don't show up here, and that's Fulgham, the guy that was on the Workman's Comp Commission at one time appointed by John Bell Williams.
He can't be no damn
Now,
shooter.
but this is perhaps going to be one of those important positions, and we ought to take a close look, I think, at some of these candidates before we make a recommendation on that one.
Did this George Dale send his questionnaire back in?
We hadn't heard from Dale yet, have we?
I'm not sure we even got him one on.
He was late, and he's one of these guys that was late in qualifying.
Let me tell you about George Dale, what I know about him.
Right.
We worked real close trying to do something with the Democratic Party. He met with us, in Hattiesburg, the 5th District thing, and I was pretty well impressed with him. He seemed like a decent sort of guy. I don't know what he was doing working for Bill Wallace.
What, profession is the guy?
Huh?
What profession is he in?
He used to be principal of the school system in Morse Point.
Yeah.
He was in the school system when Waller was elected governor. Waller brought him up here and appointed him into some position in charge of manpower recruiting or something.
In other words, he's a Waller man.
Well, he's a Waller man. He just resigned the position.
Delos Walker, I understand, is doing his work.
Said he ain't heard from him.
The opinion of some is that the contest is going to be between Waller's man Dale and John Bell's man Fulgham. That's what the opinion of some
Don't sound like
people
he's one of
is.
them that
Now,
do bargain to me.
in the middle,
Hey, this George Dale now, you know, he
That's
he
the
put a
question,
lot of
man.
lips
There's
on
not
the
enough, 2
government
of
about
you
putting
look
certain
on
union people in
We're about to
positions.
run out.
well, I have had some experience with George, not a whole lot, but what experience I've had has been good with George Dale. What relation is he to the Public Service Commissioner, John Dale?
I believe they can. I couldn't tell you how much
They
second,
don't
third.
favor too much, so
Both of them seem to be pretty sharp.
they ain't got the same paw and maul by law.
I would hope so.
We've got replies here from Emery, from Walker, from Fulgham, and from Woodward. And Dale maybe didn't have time to get here.
I kind of feel like that we haven't, that Dale hasn't had time to answer our communication if we got one out to him. He just announced early in the week, I think it was. Yeah, he's gonna go check and see if we got anything. Knight advises me he's got an important announcement to make before we get on with the meetings, so we'll let him make the announcement first.
The Jackson Tire man just called the office, and we have 3 new outlets in the state. have the address tomorrow. One in Corinth, one in Iuka, and one in Columbus. We'll handle the Lee tires and honor our program. So we'll have the addresses, exactly where they're located tomorrow.
What
They'll
towns,
work-
state the towns again?
Corinth, Iuka, and Columbus.
Get
Now,
them
the
all.
Corinth thing, Doris, is OK Tire on 72 East. We first thought we had that in 2 weeks ago, and there was something wrong with the guy's credit. They check, Lee Tire checks their credit record, and if it's got a blemish on it, they won't ship merchandise, And I had told Strawford he could put the word out, and 5 minutes later they called me and says something's happened and we ain't got it cleared yet, something wrong with his credit. So obviously it's been worked out. So I had to tell Strawford to just hold it, keep it to himself. But anyway, we got 3 new ones and they're working. They got one guy, Lee has, that don't do anything, only work on dealerships and distributorships. Really, this is a warehouse type thing, and it's hard to get anybody who considers himself a retail dealer to fool with this, because this is lower than, we're getting them cheaper than the wholesalers get them. So it's hard to, they gotta, I don't know what Lee does to these folks to get them to involved in this thing, but it ain't easy, for those kind of prices. But at least they've called a while ago and said we had those 3, and we'll have the addresses tomorrow and we'll read them out. I've given what he's got to work on. We compiled the total of affiliated membership that's eligible in all of the areas throughout the state, and give him the
Insurance, and we have several candidates who have qualified. Several have announced who haven't qualified. We've got answers from a number of them that have qualified or haven't qualified but have announced.
Have we got Republicans and Democrats?
And if there's any Republicans that don't show. There's not a Democrat, there's not a Republican that's yet qualified with the Secretary of State. Put it that way. But if I remember correctly, I did read something here a while back about a Republican had intentions of running. I'm not real sure on that. But the ones that have answered our questions up to this point are Democrats. The position is wide open. And we do have a number of people running, several of them associated with the insurance industry itself.
We don't need none of them.
We've got we got a former member of the legislature from Kemper County who has taken up residence in Vicksburg, who has convinced the president of our central body over there that he ought to have the endorsement of this organization for this position. He has worried the hell out of us, along with Bob Woodson and a few more people, about all of this.
What's his name?
Mr. Sterling P. Davis. We've got another gentleman that is being supported by J.W. Rainey, who used to be on this board, who is now a retired fireman, by the name of Emery. Right. And we've got Mr. George Dale, who we've already talked about a little bit, who we haven't got an answer yet, and I'm not too sure whether, whether we've even wrote Dale or not.
Yeah, we got a copy of that.
You got it?
Yeah, we checked.
Oh, we have got it. Okay, good enough. Then you've got, you've got Fulgham. You've got Fulgham, right?
Yeah, I got it.
So there, I think we pretty well got them all.
Dale was written on May 23rd.
And but we hadn't received his answer yet, huh?
7, 5, 12 days.
12 days, for God's sake.
So he was.
A lot of these people don't go by their office, so they don't pick up their mail.
Yeah.
The mail ain't what it used to be.
Okay.
Some of them don't have a typewriter, they still with.
Well, that's for sure.
Shall we read the answers, on this one, from the different candidates?
Have you got the questionnaire before?
How many you got, gonna give us now?
Four.
Alright.
Four candidates. Billy Fulgham is the one I got on top, so we'll tackle him first.
Well, I'm gonna write
He
a note to
qualified?
him before you start.
Fulgham hasn't yet qualified with the Secretary of State.
He will, I can tell you. He wouldn't be spending this kind of money.
As of 10 this morning, that's when this list was compiled.
All right, Mr. Fulgham, answer to number one. There's 9 questions, as you'll note on your questionnaire. Number one, I served as a member of the Mississippi Workmen's Compensation Commission from April 1971 through July 1974. Mr. John Emden, number one, I have had more than 21 years' experience in the insurance industry working in administrative capacities and dealing with all phases of the business. Mr. Walker, I have been in the insurance business since March 1968 as a multi-line agent.
That's the man that come in the office, used Miss Phillips'
He knows how to type.
secretary to type up his answers.
And I told her to go ask him how he is fixed for socks and underwear. Mr. Sterling P. Davis, number one. My experience in the insurance consists of that of the average consumer as well as prior experience in the Mississippi legislature where insurance matters were being considered. During my service in the Mississippi legislature, I favored liberal measures for the consumers and working people protection, including support for the enactment of Mississippi Workmen's Compensation Law. From this experience and general observation, I am of the very strong opinion that Mississippi must have a strong consumer-oriented insurance commission. Number one, Mr. Woodridge. I've had 20 years in independent insurance adjusting, working in all lines of insurance. Back to number two. And Mr. Fulgham. I was awarded a Bachelor of Science degree from Mississippi State University with a major in insurance. Mr. Emery, number two. My formal education includes a business degree from Mississippi College, completion of Life Office Management Association program, attaining the FLMI designation, of which there are approximately 6,000 in the entire United States, and in addition to completed various insurance-oriented study programs, including the CLU series in which I am currently enrolled. Number two, Mr. Walker. Completion of several company-sponsored training courses, plus a VA-sanctioned course by the ELBA company, in addition to insurance-related courses in college. Mr. Davis, number two. I studied the usual course material of insurance while in law school. In recent years, I have availed myself of every opportunity to study the problems of all insurance with the view of reforms on behalf of the insurance buying public. Number two, Mr. Woodridge. I was schooled through Crawford and Company. Back to Mr. Fulgham and number three. No. Number three, Mr. Emery. I have never offered nor held an elective office. Mr. Walker, number three, I've never held an elective office in Mississippi, but have held and am now holding an appointive office as Commissioner, Horn Lake Creek Basin Interceptor Sewer District. Belongs to Roller Rooter. Got to have a little fun in all this mess somewhere. Number three, Mr. Davis. Yes, member of Mississippi House of Representatives, Kemper County, 1956-60, during the Coleman administration. Number three, Mr. Woodridge, no. Back to Mr. God, I'm going nuts going from one to the other. Number four. Mr. Fulgham, through the examination and licensing of insurance agents, adjusters and companies, and through the renovation, and through the revocation of licenses, the insurance department protects the public from illegal and unethical practices of these parties. Although, also, through the annual audit of the financial structure and status of the insurance companies and association, the insurance department provides protection for the general public, which could result from the fiscal insolvency of the carriers doing business in this state. In addition, as the state's fire marshal, the commissioner of insurance assists local law enforcement officials in investigating and prosecuting suspected arsonists. Of course, other protections are offered which are too numerous to mention. Number 4, Mr. Embry. Commissioner of Insurance, among other responsibilities, is charged with protecting the rights of our people engaged in the sale of insurance, as well as those receiving the benefits of insurance that they purchase. We are all consumers, and to this office is charged with the responsibility of seeing the laws of this state are conformed with in the pursuit of the insurance business. There is an active complaint investigating service in the department, as well as the responsibility of reviewing the financial reports that are required by law to be filed with this department. Number 4, from Mr. Walker. The Office of Commissioner of Insurance provides protection to people of Mississippi by regulating, licensing of agents, and admission of companies to do business in Mississippi. This protects the public from dishonest and unscrupulous agents, since the commissioner can pull their license, and provides that safeguards are enforced to prevent a company from fleecing the public by going bankrupt or by misappropriation of insurance buying public's money. Also, the commissioner can deny a company the privilege of doing business within the state. Mr. Davis, number 4. The laws of Mississippi have many provisions for protecting the people of Mississippi, such as the licensing law authority with reference to rates in certain instances, the authority to revoke license of agents and certificates of authority for company, and the Commissioner of Insurance is charged with the responsibility of administering these laws. During the present Gandy administration, a more vigorous attempt has been made to administer these laws in favor of the people with due respect to her efforts. I feel the insurance reform is just getting started in Mississippi, and I seek to provide the customer-oriented reform movement with greater momentum. Mr. Woodrich, number 4. The Commissioner has some indirect control of the rates and definite control over illegal or unethical practices by all insurance companies licensed to do business in Mississippi. Fulgham, number 5. As I have not been previously associated with the insurance industry, I feel that I do not have sufficient information upon which to make a determination as to the sufficiency of the insurance licensing laws of this state. I assure you of my intent, however, to review the present procedures, and upon my assuming the duties of the Office of Commissioner of Insurance, and to take whatever steps I may deem appropriate in this regard. Number 5, Walker. Yes. Number 5, from Embry. The present licensing laws of the state are, of course, implemented by the legislature, but it is certainly my intent to recommend improvements in the manner in which licenses are issued, and to continue to support improvements in the agent's licensing examinations that are required. Number 5, from Davis. As to my plans for improving the insurance situation in Mississippi, I feel the laws and administration of same have too long been in the hands of the insurance companies, their so-called experts, lobbyists, and spokesmen. I have conducted a study of the insurance reform activities in Pennsylvania, and choose to follow a course similar to that of Pennsylvania's former insurance commissioner, Dr. Herbert S. Denenberg. My first step in a massive reform movement would be to constitute an insurance reform commission to be dominated by insurance consumers and their respective organizations, such as organized labor to conduct an in-depth study aimed revamping the entire system in Mississippi to make it more amenable to the people and remove it from the historic domination of the insurance company.
Who said that?
This is
Lay
Davis.
in there, David. Lay in
This
there.
commission would literally go to the people and hold a series of highly publicized hearings throughout the state where insurance consumers and their representative organizations could be heard and their recommendations included in the reform proposal for new legislation as well as administrative reforms to be more responsive to the needs of the people. In addition, I would take the insurance commission to the people by appointing field representatives to go to the consumers and appear at each courthouse in all counties in Mississippi on scheduled dates to take complaints of the people. Woodridge, number 5, I intend to see that licensing
Who was that you was reading this?
That is Davis.
You still reading?
Yeah.
This is Woodridge.
Vote for him again.
I intend to see that licensing is continually improved and will try to see that an adjustment licensing law is enacted. Well, let me get screwed up on the numbers of these things, going from one to the other. Number 6 is next, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Fulgham, no. Walker, several companies including Preferred Risk Insurance Companies, Dixie National Life, Amco, etc. Embry. Number 6, I have been affiliated with 3 insurance companies. 54 to 56 New York Life, 56 to 70 Standard Life, 70 to March 31st, 75 Consolidated American Life. Number 6, Davis, no. Number 6, Woodridge, no. Back to Fulgham. Number 7. Fulgham, number 7. Based upon the information which I have been able to assemble, I am of the opinion we in Mississippi probably have sufficient laws against the use of unethical tactics, but believe the primary problem to be in the ability to enforce the laws as written. You may be assured, however, that upon further investigation, should I find that additional legislation or regulations are needed, I will not hesitate to take such action as I find necessary to afford the utmost protection to the general public and to those legitimate practitioners within the insurance industry.
That was Fulgham.
Fulgham, yeah. That's number 7, right? Keep me straight here. Number 7, Walker. I feel that the present insurance laws provide sufficient protection, the same as stop signs provide sufficient protection to motorists at intersections. Should a law not be observed, or should it be disregarded, then if the law is not enforced and no penalty given, that is not the fault of the law. It is the fault of the enforcer. I intend to see that laws are enforced. Emory on number 7. The present laws are probably sufficient to protect the public, but as you know, the public is very difficult to protect against itself. We listen to what we want to hear, and unless and until some offended party is willing to make a legitimate complaint, the question of enforcement becomes mute. Number 7, Davis, emphatically no. My first-hand observations have led me to the conclusion that at least 2 out of every 3 people above the age of 18 in the state of Mississippi have been ripped off by insurance sales gimmicks. I would consider it my duty as insurance commissioner to personally police this situation and will propose passage of a truth in insurance selling law similar to our truth in lending law. Number 7, Woodridge, Kill Prickens and whatnot. 7, no from Woodridge. Something to keep up with these from one. Number 8, Fulgham. I am not opposed to the establishment of a Department of Labor, but would withhold final and total commitment to such organization pending disclosure of the anticipated specific organizational structure.
He really is right there.
He's already listed.
Yeah, he had got it.
Number 8, from Walker, I would not disfavor it. Now that's going around to the back of the barn and coming through to the front. Maybe around the tater patch too. Number 8, Emory. Although I have not previously considered the advisability of the Department of Labor, Mississippi become more and more labor-oriented, and this office should certainly serve to provide communication. Sterling Davis, number 8. Yes, I favor a Department of Labor. Mississippi, to my knowledge, is the only state which does not have a Department of Labor. I believe that in order for the people of Mississippi to continue to make economic progress, it is absolutely essential that we have a Department of Labor. Woodrick, I have not considered this to date. We're down to number 9, I do believe, right? Back to Fulton. I am not possessed of sufficient information such as would allow me to form an opinion on either of the issues mentioned in this inquiry. What in the world is that? What did he mention?
Minimum wage law.
Minimum wage law and collective bargaining process.
What is your position on to the establishment of state minimum wage law? That's what that question was.
All right. Walker, number 9. I feel that any minimum wage law is a fraud and is self-defeating in that
Goodbye, Mr. Walker.
in that it hurts the very people that it purports to help. What counts is buying power. And I'm very much in favor of increased buying power for the worker. Frankly, I would like to see a workable system proposed, but I feel that an increased minimum wage is not the answer regardless of propaganda to the
You've
contrary.
had enough of that.
Is this the dude that used our typewriter?
That's him.
Don't you loan him that typewriter no more.
Y'all better keep some canned
And then I wanted to
brains.
know
He
if he
comes
needed
back, give
underwear
him
and
a
socks.
Told you we needed a
I
sergeant
tell
at
you what, he needs some brains.
Number 9, Emory. I actually have no specific position in regard to a state minimum wage law. Most, if not all, organizations must comply with the federal wage guidelines, and this state's position will be determined solely by our legislative body.
Well, of course,
Well,
there's he don't say where he's for it or against it.
He still got a 0 in my book.
Davis, number 9. Yes, I favor same. There are numerous people who are employed in pursuits not affected by poverty and hence have no protection under the federal minimum wage law. To protect these Mississippians, there should be a state minimum wage law.
I'd like to know who filled it out for him.
Well, did you fill that damn thing out?
The gentleman from Kemper County is coming through.
You ain't lying.
What
Number
kind of
9.
damn representative was he when he was in the House?
That's what we want to know.
Read the next one, I'm interested in that.
Woodrick.
What
Number 9. This has not yet been considered by me.
0.
Probably never will be either.
Back to Mr. Fulgham and Mr. Fulgham.
That's all of
it.
That's all of it.
No, he got one more
Wait a
question
minute.
that it ain't
Well,
numbered.
included that in
No,
nine.
it was supposed to be included.
Well, there's 2 parts to 9.
There's 2 parts
Yeah,
tonight.
well, wait
We
just
got
a
the
minute
last
now.
part.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Fulgham only answered one part. Now let's go back and lick this cat again. All right, now Walker has made a number 10, and he speaks to collective bargaining. Okay. I am intimately familiar with the collective bargaining process, having served as a union official in the past. I agree with the collective bargaining process and believe that it is healthy both to labor and to management.
All right, I'll
Ain't
give
please,
you.
the same joker wrote both of them, you know?
Don't make sense,
Must
does
have
it?
took a different brand of opium in between there.
He answered that
And
question.
Emory,
Both has a complete
Emory
opposite.
classified his now as 9B. although I have them dudes trying to mess us up, ain't they? Although I have never participated in the collective bargaining process, I am familiar with how it generally proceeds and would certainly be in favor of seeing it encouraged in our state. Sterling Davis, this last part. In answer to the unnumbered question regarding collective bargaining, I believe that collective bargaining should definitely be encouraged. One of the best ways to accomplish this immediately is by the establishment of a Department of Labor to be administered and operated for the benefit of working people. Without collective bargaining, a substantial number of people in Mississippi would still be working under conditions bordering on slavery. Because of a lack of understanding of this powerful tool on behalf of wage-earning people, the concept has been limited in Mississippi. As a consequence of a very narrow-minded attitude on behalf of some political leaders, a great number of Mississippians are still oppressed and virtually enslaved. It is time to help them break the chains and set the prisoners free of their economic oppression, and collective bargaining is the only feasible process to accomplish this.
Last time I heard a speech like that, it was from Ken Dean.
Cut the machine off and let me talk to Howard.
He just told us a bunch of lies. He couldn't believe all that.
He reminds me of Tom.
I want this.
Quiet,
Quiet, just a minute, with the permission of the chair. I want to make one comment, and I'll make it to him. I told him a hell of a lot more to his face, and nobody wasn't there to witness it. Dan Powell was in the room with him, but he couldn't hear everything I said. But there's nobody in this room knows just how dirty Ken Dean is but me. We have dealt with a lot of unsavory, a lot of double dealing, dishonest carriage. But now I'm telling you, now listen. And like I said, I told him a lot more than this to his face or on the phone. We have never been handed the snow job. We have never been double dealt to the extent that it hurt us as bad as we got double dealt by one Kenneth L. Dean.
But did you ever hear a more beautiful speech than was made to the Central Labor Meeting right over here, across the street?
I just wanted to add that.
That's the reason I said what I did. That man made the most beautiful speech you ever heard right over there to the Central Labor Council.
If I had been in the room, if I had been in reach of him, it'd have took two men to pull me off of him. I'm telling you now.
Who knows, David?
Yeah, Mr. Dan.
We need something. Who knows?
Let's go ahead and get Woodrick's answer.
Woodrick, since Howard brought that up, I do not yet have an opinion. That's on the collective bargaining.
All right,
He just don't got an opinion on nothing, does he?
That man
He ought to win that election.
Frankly, with a flowery speech like that, I think that man needs a little bit of support, see whether he can live up to it.
I'd sure like to see him try. Is he gonna be?
He gonna worry you dead if you ever let him in your door.
Let me say this.
He ain't getting in my door.
Let me say this.
I ain't telling where my
This
door
is
is.
on the record, if I may. I don't know how many of you remember Claude trying to do like outdoors latch from the inside, and you always have to go down him. I want to call your attention to
Found it down here now.
I want to call your attention just a minute to 1959. To the race for lieutenant governor. This organization endorsed Henry Buckaloo. Well, he did probably as good a job responding to the questions asked then as Sterling Davis has now. When he got word that we had endorsed him, now you talking about, I referred a while ago just casually to walking in and asking for the key to the front. He literally did that. And the president's going to comment further on he in effect really sat down on the job. He began to want money. I think he wanted $2,500 to $3,000 right off the bat just for, buying cigars, this little pocket change. And he literally, I mean literally, with the help, unfortunately, of some of our then leadership scattered around in this state, a few individuals literally took us to task and ruined, he literally cleaned us, you know what I mean? And wound up running about 4th or 5th down there. And this, I hate to say this, but we have to say this. Now, this boy is a likable sort of a fellow. But I'm telling you, if we endorse him, he is going to want our shirt, our shoes, our socks, our underwear, our pocket change. Every time we turn around, he's going to be sitting right there in front of us.
David's name.
All
rings a
that
bell.
referring back to what we got into with Buffalo.
56 to 60. What time, anybody know anything about his background as far as a representative way back in the 50s?
He was in, that was before our time. He was in the legislature during the Coleman administration.
Chairman?
Yes.
I was listening there, but I wouldn't mark each score
Yeah.
individually, right down to the, in the fine print. I don't know any of these people. I wouldn't know them, I never heard of them before, but maybe there's Sterling Davis, maybe I've heard of him.
Right.
But I began to listen pretty close when you got to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I didn't hear what 9B was. But if I had written the responses to that, it would have been the same thing as Mr. Davis did.
Right.
And I don't know Mr. Davis.
You know, what was this guy's name that run for last 4 years, run for against David Bowen? Didn't get even, he was about the lowest man, that come out, and we sent him a questionnaire, and we never did talk to him, but we sent him a questionnaire and voted to put it in, and he answered the questions the same way.
One of them, we had 2 young fellows from Kosciuszko, Curtis.
One of
One of them was Potts, and the other one was, just a minute, C.
Yeah, C, that
Yeah.
sounds just exactly like he sent in. And we done a little investigating and found out that some union man had really filled that thing out, told him exactly how that.
Now let me give you a little more background. As I say, I like this old boy. I'm not castigating him. I'm just calling attention to the fact. He has most recently been employed by the government over to Waterways Experiment Station, where incidentally the president of the Vicksburg Central Labor Council also works, who is president of the AFGE local union plus the Vicksburg Central body. Sterling has been a member of that local union. Now, he's retired of sorts or something. And this particular party, this president of the central body, already now has been calling people all over the state. She's already called the president of the Jackson County Central body, drumming up support for him. Ed said to me the other day, he says, Tom, I got a call from UNA. I says, yeah, I'm trying to get you to vote for Davis. He says, how'd you know? I said, man, this has been going on for some time. Everybody put their hands on the billfold, sit right still. So you see, I can tell you what we're going to have. Exactly. We're going to have, I think, on the floor of the convention, or we could have this, and the Coke Committee tomorrow, we're going to have a move, a deliberate move. How much it'll be, I don't know, to get endorsement for Sterling simply because he's a member of a union over in Vicksburg. As I say, I don't know how many more central-bodied presidents she's talked to, but I know she's talked to Ed Lowe. And I'm surprised she hadn't called you, asking you to support Sterling. See that? There you are. You see what's going on? So I just want you to know that come tomorrow, regardless of what you decide to do, every time you open your eyes in the Coke Committee meeting, Davis is going to pop up, see?
Well, not only that, they sent out letters, and the way they had looked at that thing, he thought they had done endorsed it.
I hope they did.
Well,
If we don't go with him, who's going
Well, I started to say, I mean, what choice have we got from some of these other answers?
It's a couple of them, you just looking at his, it
Let's
sounds so
endorse it
damn
with a
good.
$50 donation, and then tell him.
I'm looking all the way across.
This guy here is ragged, but my goodness, he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 good, and 1, 2, 3.
Don't misconstrue anything I said as trying to lead the board
Fair, and
one way or the
1 poor, that ain't no bad, that ain't no bad record.
What did you bring him in here?
I scored him in 0-3.
Are they familiar with our procedure over there about it, this sort
I
of
think
thing?
perhaps
Yes,
we
they
ought
are.
to,
They are, man.
I can't agree with you.
That's what we're gonna do.
I think perhaps we ought to, take a close look at how we evaluate this total situation. This is gonna be one of the toughest decisions perhaps we're gonna have to make. It is gonna be a very important position,
That's what I did too.
and, I think we ought to look at all these categories. I don't think there's any question what Davis has perhaps done a better job of filling out the questionnaire, answering the questions than any other candidate. I don't think there's any question what he had a lot of help in filling out this questionnaire, you know. Now, Sterling Davis, I've been knowing him for a number of years since he got out of the legislature. I met him, of course, right at the tail end of the Coleman administration. But I wasn't around him enough to be very familiar with his, you know, what he did as a member of the legislature. I assume that he must have been our friend while he was there. He says he was, anyhow. He is a kind of a, well, for a better word, I'll use the word oddball. He impresses me as being, you know, one of these types. He doesn't have too much of a personality about him in terms of getting over to people. If we support him, it'll be one of those kinds of situations where we take a relatively unknown quantity and go with him, and you can depend on one thing, that he will be one of those kinds to knock on our door and expect the coffers to open and everything else. Because he's already asked me in one of my sessions. He's been in and out of the office on numerous occasions. He very definitely wants all our support, as you can imagine. He wanted to know about money and the whole bit, what all we could do for him. You know, he's been very inquisitive on this. Now, he doesn't have any assets that I know about. He'll depend on this organization for just about everything that's done. That's the kind of a candidate you'll have with him. Now,
Well,
you are gonna,
We done had one of them.
I think,
he'll be another Ken Dean type candidate. That's
I
the
think
type.
we would
Well,
have
that name
to,
been mentioned again.
we would have to put the restrictions on this that we did on one of the others. Say, we endorse you, but we've got no funds until maybe the general election.
Yeah. Well, that's the kind of a situation that you are dealing with. It's kind of, well, George Dale, who,
Carmichael now.
George Dale, who hasn't answered our questionnaire, and I assume there's a reason for this. I'm sure that George wants endorsement and support of this organization, because he's indicated that to me before he even got in the race. By virtue of his connection with the Waller administration, George Dale is gonna be a contender for the office. I'm of that opinion. Pudgem, who is one of John Bell's, at least he was one of his appointees to the commission. I'm sure he'll have the support of John Bell's organization, you know. Several other people, for instance, I think we mentioned Emery, who is in the insurance business here in Jackson. Apparently has done something that's got the firefighters behind him, you know. I don't know of anybody else that's in the race that's very formidable, that's got any support like, say, Dale, Pudgem, and perhaps Embry. Now, if you go with Sterling Davis, it'll be one of those situations where you're taking a relatively unknown, and that's what you've got based upon the way he answered your questions. I think everybody ought to be aware of this. He'll be solely
Is he a
dependent
preacher?
upon our support.
Is he a preacher? Last time we had a preacher answer them things good, wasn't it, Tom?
Yeah.
Kenneth Dean? We'll never endorse another preacher.
Going with that profanity again.
Never endorse
Chairman, I
another
move we
preacher.
make no endorsement in this race.
I second that.
And the hell will break loose tomorrow, so Tom, run and call George Dean and find out, I mean.
The
George
recommendation
Dale.
then to the meeting tomorrow is that we make no recommendation.
Right.
And then we'll see what comes out of the meeting
Right.
tomorrow. That's a good approach.
After
sir.
all that stuff I
Dale
heard,
got
I
a
ain't
local
gonna.
office?
I don't know Russell at the moment, I don't know. if
I'm
he has
used,
one.
I don't generally pick up much
Well-
from the Republican, but I'm scared to death of this damn thing.
Yeah, so am I.
He ain't gonna win no way.
Well, he's the guy, I'm telling you, that, he'd expect us to turn the office
I
over to
second
him.
James'
Another buckaloo.
Another buckaloo.
I went into that.
Right.
59.
Well, the motion is that we take no position in the Commissioner of Insurance race. I'm assuming that there's gonna be a Republican in this race also, I'm almost positive. All right, are you ready for the question? Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried and so ordered.
We'll vote this one over again tomorrow.
Tomorrow, we'll have a lot of discussion on this one, I'm sure tomorrow. All right, let's
Right off
see
the
what,
bat, and I'll second it.
let's see what else we've got to take care of here this afternoon.
Democracy in action.
Got it, democracy.
Now,
Or misguided.
now, it's already, I think, been agreed that we won't be getting into the district, races. We'll provide the chairman of the different caucuses with what information we got, and it's gonna be limited. We don't have a whole lot on any of it.
Well, would it DOK being Tom Stennis just came out,
Yeah.
I might ought to try to get him on the telephone.
Well, that's
Tom
your
has been a guy-
chairman of the Southern Caucus. I think perhaps you ought to call him.
Tom has been a guy that every time before we ever announced the office, come to us and said, you know, my intention is to get into this race, I'd like to have your support. Now, what, you know, is y'all committed to someone? He's the guy that don't jump in and then come running with his hand out, see? He wants to find out what the situation is before he gets in.
Get him on the phone, Russell, as
Kenny
chairman of that
Tom
district
Stennis,
office.
he's a.
You and
he's
Kenny
a
John
good
Over
Stennis.
the barrel
John.
on something.
I've noticed something, there'll be of interest to James Jackson and those from the Hattiesburg area,
What's that?
that Mr. Rex K. Jones qualified as a Democrat and has withdrawn.
For what?
Rex Jones has withdrawn as a candidate for district attorney down there, according to this.
Is that right?
Well, he's done that, he's announced for 3 different offices this year and withdrew for every one of them.
This is the district attorneys. I just happened to run across that glancing through there. And Rex
Virginia
Jones,
got him out of one, didn't he?
according to this information, Rex Jones won't be a candidate for re-election. I thought you'd be interested.
I am interested, that sounds wonderful.
They don't everybody get up. Don't everybody get up and run. I gotta examine a couple of things here to make sure we're gonna take everything, give everything we need to.
Boy, did you see that announcement of Tom Stennis in the paper? Did he get extra?
Yeah,
Power and
I
good?
saw that.
He jumped right in the middle of it.
We've got one other statewide position that will be voted on in this election. That, I don't think we even got questionnaires out on, Tom, and that's the clerk of the Supreme Court. Never have? She's got an opponent,
Who is,
Julia Kendrick.
who's talking about now? The clerk,
Lavon
clerk of the
Backstrom
Supreme Court?
from Hattiesburg.
Backstrom?
Lavon Backstrom from Hattiesburg is
Backstrom?
running against the incumbent Kendrick, Julia Kendrick. Don't know him? Don't know of any reason we should make a recommendation there.
I think she run before, that same gal run against her.
Now, we don't have any, according to our records, Sam King doesn't yet have any opposition. we'll get all of this information late tomorrow afternoon. If he's got an opponent, I guess we can dispose of that at that time. Jim Buck also falls in that same category. He doesn't have an opponent at this time. All right, for the benefit of the executive board members who were not on the committee, we decided last night, because of the fact that a number of these candidates were qualifying at the latest minute, at the last minute, that we should have a meeting of this executive board about 5:15 tomorrow.
I thought you said 5:45.
5:45, is that what we said? I thought it was 5:15.
It's gonna take him a few minutes to get back from the.
All right, at 5:45, Mr. Knight,
You get back 30 minutes.
would you tell us now where we're gonna meet, tell everybody where we meet tomorrow, and what time, please, sir?
Well, let me go check
One thing I see about that, I believe there's more
Yeah,
board
the
members
first section
now
of the
vice
convention
presidents
hall
than
around here
both
tomorrow.
y'all on this meeting.
Russell was
Is,
trying to meet.
where we gonna meet? Is everybody hear this?
Everybody hear this? At what time?
First door, at 9:30 in the morning, just off of the lobby.
You mean
Where we
first door
went
to the
in for
left?
the convention last October,
The
yeah.
first section of the big convention hall, at
That's-
9:30 in the morning.
Right, and that's probably where the board will meet at 5:45.
And then we'll meet in that same place tomorrow afternoon, and hopefully this, coat committee thing will be over with tomorrow.
What time do you think we'll get through with our daytime meeting?
Tomorrow, in time for the night when it starts.
Good answer.
See what I'm talking about, this 3 day in a row deal.
I don't know, we're gonna have Eula Masterson in this one tomorrow, and that's gonna extend the length of it quite a bit.
Well, I got to
Well,
go
may
get
not, I'll
my
make the
hair
same
salon.
motion I made today, I'll just make it a little earlier.
But she don't know when to stop. She'll talk you down.
Bob?
All right?
Get your, point Curtis to go with me to pick up in tomorrow afternoon, so I can see all them girls down in the Secretary of State's office.
Oh, I wish I hadn't made that statement about that. all.
Do what?
You gotta realize this tape's still running, so.
Tape's running.
Back. If you don't want to take the time, that's okay, we won't. But I think I advised the board in one of our meetings that Mr. Newman, as he became acting speaker, called me in one day and wanted to have a discussion with me. And to sum up a long story, it was something like this. He wanted to make peace with us. And in the course of our conversation, I advised him that I thought he had been doing a pretty good job the last 4 years, that I felt he had done a real good job as acting speaker, and that I would simply relay this information to the officers of our labor council up there. And now I would even go a step further and arrange for a meeting with the leadership in Greenville where he can meet and sit and talk with the leadership. Again, to cut a long story short, we had that meeting, and Mr. Newman came up, and we had I thought, a very good little get-together with Mr. Newman. And, if anybody would have told me 8 years ago that I'd be sitting in a meeting with Buddy Newman talking over things like this, I'd have told him it's crazy as hell. But Newman he's a political animal. He comes from a little small county where we don't have any union members. But he was placed in a district with Washington County where we do have a pretty good organization, where we have a lot of friends, black voters and things of this kind, and he's fully cognizant of the potential of our activity. So he has now made an overture to in other words, get us off his back. If you remember 4 years ago, our labor movement up there supported an independent against him. I think, provided, of course, the Greenville Labor Council supports him or doesn't get opposition against him, he's reelected, that he does have the inside track on the speaker's position since he was elected as acting speaker. Most of our friends over there supported it. I thought you'd be interested in this, that the Speaker of the House now, acting Speaker now, thinks enough about the power of this organization, he wants to make peace with us, and that he has assured us, if he's re-elected, that he'll work with us. He made some very good commitments, I thought, in that session, so I'd like to give you an opportunity to have a few words to say before we break up.
Well, we have decided to go along with Brother Newman on this. I don't think we could go wrong even if he did have an opponent, and he doesn't have an opponent anyway, so we're going to have to go along with Mr. Newman on this. As you said, I liked what he said up there the other night. I really believe the man has changed toward us.
He's become a political realist, is what it all adds up to. He made some concrete assurances on things like the sales tax increase, for instance. He let us know in no uncertain terms that he would oppose any additional sales tax increase. We got these kinds of commitments out of it, So what it all adds up to, in just a few words, that the Greenville Labor Council supports Newman, at least does not, defeat him or try to defeat him. Newman is re-elected to the House. Newman perhaps has got the inside track on the Speaker's position, and if we're successful in the other legislative races throughout the state, and electing a majority as we've got now in the House, then with a friendly Speaker, then we can start expecting to see some legislation come out of committee that we haven't been able to get out, and some of the things that's been talked about here already today will become a reality. That's the importance of this situation, and the reason I thought that you folks here ought to know about that little meeting up there. You can pass it on to the folks that to your membership, that this is in the mail, okay? All right, do we have anything else that needs to come up here? Mr. Powell, we are happy to see you arrive. Would you like to have a few words to say now, or hold it?
I'd rather hold it.
You're a smart man. They want to get out of here. Okay, see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.